仁義からまずボットレーンでデトネーションフォーカスミンがワンちょっとただ各軍健康一滴のダメージをもらう形になってフラッシュダウンです。
dựa lưng vững chãi để họ tiến vào kiểm soát những con sâu. Chiều cuối đã có Ares, anh ta đang sử dụng vi hồ tiết kiệm hôn gió, đang chờ cho Guri hết kiên nhẫn với lưng lần lách của anh ta. Và người bị giữ chân lại đang là cái bóng của Levi, và sát thương là rất nhiều đến từ thành viên của Viking khi mà cái tí cũng đã có chiều cuối rồi. Khi mà thành công hạ gục đó là Ares, hạ gục được vị trí bên phía bên kia. Còn đứng dưới nhảy không qua tường, nhảy không qua tường, nhưng mà có đi không? Có đi. Solo kill nhẹ nhàng cho Kratos.
Không đi ra liều kia ra không qua tường mà ngay lập tức Kratos đã khai thác.
Gatling gun, auto attack.
In both my ears. I feel like I got 3 of them going at once right now.
Yeah, but half his HP in the first exchange. The Gatling gun is about to come off cooldown. Honkyu walks up because Jimin is too far forward and does it again.
Trụ một cùng đứng dưới, tức là GAM Esports đang ở trạng thái là 1-2 về trụ, còn chúng ta cùng nhìn lại tình huống cùng đứng trên thì sao nhỉ? Kia bị nhốt lại trong trụ và anh ta mất máu khá là nhiều, dính thêm một pha E của A Trư và bị solo kill với sát thương đến từ những con ma xương.
Trong hai cổng cần nhỉ?
Đi đâu vậy Taki? Taki bên kia Taki.
Này hình như không phải chủ nhật.
Vì thế nên họ chỉ cần cạnh tranh qua khu vực giữa trước khi vòng ra của Hoàng Rồng mà thôi. Và Histo đang ở một góc độ có thể tiếp cận để cạnh tranh cú trừng phạt. Mưa tên lửa được thả ra tương đối sớm. Chiêu cuối lao thẳng vào nhưng nở hoa này không hất tung được ai cả. Đối phương đã kích hoạt đồng hồ tốc biến để thoát ra ngoài. Hơi khó. Quang Đình Trấn cũng đã ép một tốc biến đến từ Hero. Ở bên trong Histo đang là người bị quay.
Cân bằng một đều về tỷ số quái khủng. Đường trên chưa biết mình sẽ bị băng trụ nên anh ta đang quyết định là bật thường K6 lên để có thể giải quyết lính trước đã, nhưng máu mất là khá nhiều và bị trói hay không đây, nhưng đó thiếu xử lý quá hay đến từ Trừ.
优势的情况下，下一条小龙又是在他们的比较好打的一个情况，而且御使者招中路中塔是可以直接撞掉的。现在的 Viking 反而是目前开起来会有装备跟经济上的劣势，但不开的话，其实现在塔龙能够进去把节奏的进攻给拉满。卡萨昨天
Đây sẽ là một cái trụ nữa dành cho bên phía của Viking.
Đã đến lúc để con sứ giả này phát huy cái tác dụng của nó. Không thể nào giữ trụ được. Chỉ quyết định là đứng lùi. Nhưng đương nhiên rồi, chúng ta sẽ tiết kiệm máu con sứ giả để sử dụng nó cho cái trụ 2. Trừ hút nhẹ cái.
Chân đến từ vị trí của Guri.
Oh dear, Jimin. Has flash. Gonna spot out courage. We'll be able to get back to his tower. Actually,
Tốc độ bắn rồng khá nhanh cho Viking. GAM vẫn đang muốn vào nhưng họ sẽ vào như thế nào đây, tầm nhìn không có, con mắt này sẽ không thể nào với tới được con rồng. Trời sập mù thông tin, trời sập mù thông tin, bây giờ đâm xuống thì đối phương đã rút đi. Levi đương nhiên là sẽ cố gắng đuổi để tạo tiền đề cho Imo mở nhưng không được.
Giữa thì cố áp lực lại và lấy nốt từ trụ đến style và sẽ lấy được cơ động như ra chính xác luôn. Cố gắng dồn sát thương vào, làm choáng liên tục. Artemis yêu máu, Artemis đã dùng bản năng săn mồi rồi nhưng vẫn không thể thoát chết, và đó là mạng Elo tiếp theo hay không đây? Bất khả kháng cự lao tới nhưng không với được Kratos được độ rồi, nhưng không sao cả, đã có mạng Artemis và đó mới là điều quan trọng. Có kéo trúng nhưng kéo thế này thì Elio mới là người gặp hiểm và đó là mạng dành cho siêu lòng.
Thực hiện những tình huống cao tờ ra khỏi cái combo của bài Kashante. Cho nên xem là tình huống này mặc dù gần như tất cả mọi thứ đều đã chuẩn chỉ rồi, nhưng Kiaya với việc sử dụng cho mình điểm ngọc quyền năng bất diệt hoàn toàn có khả năng hồi phục thêm và câu kéo thời gian với lượng máu được cộng và cả tình huống tốc biến chặt quy trượt này nữa, tất cả mọi thứ tổng hòa lại thành một tình huống solo kill dành cho Kiaya.
两边的人都可以直接靠。
手里剑没有中，这让俊家有碰撞的决心了。往前打一套，但不能打太久，中路线是被推的，对面人数先比较快，而球过弹回来，俊家很尴尬。
Vẫn đang chờ đợi để hướng tới tam một kiếm và thần kiếm Muramana. Đây có thể là cơ hội để giúp cho Tà Long kiếm tiền về cho Phofo. Đây, tốc biến vào nhưng vẫn bị trói. Rất cố ý đồ. May quá.
Ui, cũng được.
Mày.
看看右上角的视讯，就像是在做 easy peasy。
同时间上半部想要来越塔的 Fofo 是已经绕后过来了，只有一个人在塔下的 Dogo 怎么办？
已经把大血干掉，闪现自己进到了墙壁里面，这颗人头给了，那怎么到场？ 这边是在墙边想要喷，但一个喷3个吗？红 Q 就站着喷，就站着喷，就死去了。而且乌迪跟贝蒂状态并不好，并肩射到没有闪的红 Q， 后面阿出的 TP 在单挑草丛，但同时也按出了神阳传奇 CF 扛住第一波，现在是各自的交缠，想要来绕跑，俊家闪现没有过墙，荆棘摧残拍死2人 ，Kaza 收下 double kill。
Được, một chiếc nào của Emo đánh rất tự tin. Cho dù như thế nào đi chăng nữa thì anh ta cũng không ngại trong kèo đầu 1-1 đâu. Nhưng lần này khi có thêm cả Levi nữa thì rõ ràng tự tin được tăng. Ôi! Timing hơi tệ đến từ Hero. Nơi nó có thể trở thành linh hồn dành cho các thành viên đội tuyển team Seoul. Kích hoạt vào cầu chuột và đang muốn lướt qua bên kia nhưng bị cản lại. Đến từ bí của Hero, Đai đang lựa một góc để có thể sử dụng cú chiêu cuối của mình. Hero mất rất nhiều thời gian và tiếp tục bị lỗi rồi. Hero chỉ còn lại có 1/6 lượng máu như thế này thì con rồng này rõ ràng là trôi. Và kích hoạt chiêu cuối của mình, Đai đang tiếp cận xuống vực hang rồng nhưng anh ta bỗng dưng trở thành người bị cô lập, tốc biến thoát qua bên kia bờ tường, dịch chuyển quay ngược trở lại để giao tranh. Nhưng GAM nói rằng tôi thắng macro trong pha này, tôi có là rồng, tôi áp lực thẳng vào khu vực đường giữa. Đó là thứ mà GAM muốn làm chứ không phải là giao tranh ở những khu vực chật hẹp.
Muộn mất rồi, cỗ người ta ăn hết mất rồi còn đâu.
那 Kiaya 的怒气，看一下有没有机会
哇，感觉不好
叠起来哦。
有机会杀吗？
哎，
但壁中是壁到小兵了，
但是
后续交闪。
哎呀，我
要看一下 Kiaya 他控怒气的时间点。
他现在怒气是不到一半，
喂，直接引开，但有人能够跟上伤害吗？
开到球女，
再接一个远方的震撼无雷，卡法要被秒了，而且 Levi 冲到了后排，万紫千红虽然说是做到了 Levi，但 Ultimate 他也能飞，一个杀手本能收下 Double， 在 A 处垫将又是一个3连杀。
thăm dò nhau mà thôi. Seoul đã có mục đích riêng. Chiêu cuối được bật, có ai là người được giữ lại không đây? Đẩy được không kêu ra không? Quyết định đẩy được không kêu ra, đã có trời ơi bóp nhau rồi. Về thôi mà nay lấy về thôi. Giờ đối phương không có nhiều cách lắm để tôi hiếm ở trong giai đoạn này có đây không?
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Tôi 西方台北的小店。 Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。会礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にしてショーダウンを始めよう。
不会死吧？看看，反打！我操！
ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。ユナーラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ动và，
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。いかれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunada thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W ở siêu việt ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh。
比较长，好像在放龟外气功的感觉。
ユナーラの意味が思ったよりも早く動けるし、クールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
他们那个
ブッシュ近
你还在睡觉啊？对啊，这里是来了。好，那第一个走好吧？啊！哎呦！W。哎，可以直接杀他。
ウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。W や E のクールダウンも解消されて Q が 15秒間持続で発動するので。
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QWE 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà đối đầu khi mà chơi Yunara là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane. Còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh.
Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh, phối hợp với đồng đội.
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 뭐 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yonara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu.
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。
もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていう新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Theo em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em.
哎，他开大了。 俺人気記録おっといないかもな。何超えやな。
6じゃねえし。
あ、完全オープン。
やばい、遅刻。またかよ、マブルに怒られる。間に合った。あー、嘘、終わってるじゃん。 またやっちゃったよ。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
(1v1) side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Any, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT. One thing that I know, I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute up. Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feels so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, mane, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal more.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second night of the second week here of the LCP season finals. And some high-stakes games tonight where ultimately the placings in some groups are more or less decided, right? We're going to start off with the Vikings up against SHG. If Vikings were to win that, almost certainly they would be qualifying out at that first place spot down in the lower group. And of course, GAM versus Team Secret Wales would require either one of them to win to continue contesting CFO for the top spot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming into it, SHG looking like they found a bit of new form coming into the season finals with their new jungler Johan coming in. But up in that contenders group, this matchup could go either way. There is no way to call it on the paper at the moment.
Absolutely. People walking out onto the stage now, Kratos and Evie. Evie, of course, one of the biggest names in the LJL. Having a bit of a rough time this year here in the LCP. Hopefully a bit more of a coming to form can be seen from him today. Johan, a pretty big performance from him in his first appearance here in the LCP up against the Chiefs. Had one full AP Maokai game that left a bit to be desired, but aside from that, some great performances on the Wukong as well as the Nocturne.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Vikings still so many questions left wanting after that first split and how good they looked and then how the game itself changed. But individually, they've got some of the most capable players on the Rev. They just haven't quite found themselves in sync enough to really bring back that form that they were showing in the start of the year.
Yep, for sure. I mean, realistically, you can say that kind of for the both of them, right? When SHG are at their highs, they're really high highs, and unfortunately their lows are almost just as low. Vikings, I think a little bit of a higher skill floor, generally a more solid performance out of them, and I think largely in part to Guri. I think Guri really has proven his worth here in the LCP, and while in the first week, Johan going up against the Chiefs, obviously why not still hasn't really proven himself here yet. He's just come in, not really had a great performance. Guri is going to be a really, really tough competitor for Johan to just try and get a vibe or get a feeling as to where he is in terms of that jungle tier list.
Yeah, I mean, Guri consistently putting up numbers in some very impressive matches, usually starting strongly at the beginning of the split and then somewhat peters off towards the end, but now obviously not having to face up against those top 4 teams just yet. They can really level themselves out before they start that campaign into the contenders group potentially.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, potentially, keyword there, they do have to get through SHG, and obviously there would still be that one game against the Chiefs, and if they lost that, that would allow for DFM or SHG to contend for that top spot. More likely would be SHG, of course, because of the head-to-head, but still not really so sure. I would say, on paper, Vikings are favored to win this. I think, honestly, fairly clearly. But again, there is that question mark around Johan and just how good is he here in this league.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. No one has been able to draw blood against the VCS, PCS teams out of the LJL or Oceania. Yep. So if it were to happen, it would be the first, not just of this split, but of the year, and would be arguably a pretty sizable upset.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they're looking to make it happen, though. Undoubtedly, would that be that 1v1 competitor.
Looking pretty trim at the moment. It looks like he's been working out a little bit coming into the season finals.
Yeah, possibly. I know in times gone by last year, every time he went over to the PCS for the finals, his Twitter would be filled with all the Taiwanese chicken he ate. Just constantly, just every single day there'd be a new post about the chicken he was eating. He really thrived on that stuff. Maybe now that he's actually living there, trying to back away from it a little bit, it's less of a unique experience now.
Yeah, too much of a good thing can become a bad thing, I suppose. But I'm gearing up for that 1v1 and how things are looking at the moment. Side selection. Okay, well, Ivern versus Aurelia.
I've seen enough of one of these champs to know it's probably going to win, to be honest. Again, it's another melee champion to Ivern. Yeah, early on, Aurelius should be pretty dominant against this champion, but once that Daisy comes through, gets the on-hit build going, it seems to really shift the tides of the battle.
I mean, look, if Aurelia could bring Mystic Punch over from Arena, maybe there would be a different story to be told, but yeah, no, Ivern seemed to be the final raid boss of the 1v1s here in the season finals at the very least.
Yeah, it's quite funny, right? We started off the year, it was just all Varus. It's all Draven even in the Noxian themed ones, and now we get here to the latter half of the Spirit Blossom, and well, it's just the Ivern show, even starting from the end of last split. Was it Guri that actually brought it out in the first place, if I remember correctly?
It was, but
followed by Junja.
It was an interesting one for sure, and the one performance it had outside, on the Rift, it's 1 and 2 now on the Rift in actual play, and the first one was just an incredibly disjointed team comp, and then one up brought it out, and then brought it out again.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Ivern has looked good in the competitive play outside of that first appearance, but realistically, it does shine in these 1v1s. It is cheating having multiple characters.
Yeah, Yorick was much the same.
Yeah,
Double orange.
Yorick not, I mean, the Maiden doesn't have the same...
Oh, no, you're not getting thrown up into the sky by the Maiden.
Daisy just beats your head in.
She does.
Realistically. So Kratos probably wanting to get a reasonable early advantage.
Yeah, Friend of the Forest summons a rock golem to come and bash your skull in. Nice stun there from Kratos, but I mean, all it's going to get is the bone plating. Realistically, with double Dorans and a longsword, you're not having a huge amount of kill threat unless you get a decent stun off outside of that tower range.
Early recall, Evie's going to spot it out, but I mean, doesn't really matter all that much. Would mean a little bit of an advantage. You see the Ruby Crystal being picked up. Unfortunately for Kratos, that one plate does go to the wayside.
Yeah. These junglers in last hitting, man. It's a hard gig. Not a top lane champion you see all too often in competitive play. So Evie, like if there was some jungle camps, he'd be away and swimming.
I've heard some of the best voice lines
in the game, at least in my opinion.
Lots of posturing.
Yeah, not much really coming from anything. I mean, again, it's probably just going to go down to the final circle.
I think that was always going to be the case, realistically.
Yeah, and if that is the case, it should be a pretty good spot for Evie. He obviously is missing out on one of those combat sums where Kratos has the Ignite barrier versus Evie who has the Flash, but it does mean he could dodge out potentially of a stun. Doesn't dodge out of that one though. Might have the ability to dodge out of the Aurelia ult once it comes up, however.
The one minion deep in the lane that allows Kratos to get himself out of dodge. And, I mean, reasonably even HP, but Kratos has not hit 6 yet, does not have the ult. In fact, he's 2 levels down now. Even if he did drop it, Evie does have the flash to potentially get away, and Daisy, of course, playing bodyguard. Kratos. Buddy. Kratos, buddy. Kratos. Okay.
Well, Evie could have stayed.
Yeah, he probably could have.
If Evie put down one more shield, he actually could have got that kill, but plays it safe. See what he goes for. He's going Rylai's by the looks of it.
Yeah, Evie's down a decent bit of CS. And he's already shown to be struggling just a little bit. We need like a door-to-door salesman, Ivan, honestly. Just walking around with a briefcase. Hi, sir. My name's Ivan. If you've got a moment of time, I would like to show you this wonderful product.
He does have the
and it's just Daisy.
Attitude for it.
It's just Daisy popping out the briefcase.
That would be... That's not a bad idea. Might have to talk to someone about that.
Oh, it's all right. We'll get the art team to do up some sketches, send it on through.
Oh, he'll be missing out on that Q, but walks back, hits the relic. Nice little chunks of damage coming out of these auto attacks. Every Ivan we see just goes a different build as well. Doesn't seem to matter. His ultimate out of Kratos. Flash still there for Evie. Gets hit by the stun though. He's going to have to flash back to his tower. Is he going to even be able to live though? Barrier coming out. That's one more. Well, the shield. It's going to be a 1-for-1, I imagine. No, Kratos. He finds a pocket to get into. He's fine.
That was
this
cheeky.
This could even be tower. 10 seconds. Passive stacked up. Aurelia's going to absolutely melt through this.
Yeah, no, he will. There's just no way for Evie to get back and contest this. A very, very ambitious play for Kratos pays off in a big way. A heavy gamble, and it seems it's payday.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's that. Ivan finally has managed to lose in a 1v1. It took a while, but we got there. It was Aurelia the undoing. Kratos there secures blue side for the Vikings. And so far, I mean, blue side very, very much up in those win rates. It was 66% going into last night's series, right? And there was another 3 wins to add to the blue tally of the Chiefs. The Chiefs game. What was... Did blue win every game? No, red won both the...
Well, we've flattened it out, so it was essentially 2/3 to 1/3. Now it's 60-40 in favour of blue side, so that curve has evened out. And believe it or not, we have somewhat bucked the trend. It was 100% blue-sided first Baron going into last night. Now it's only 83%. So that one time that it didn't happen.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, the stats really are leaning heavily blue side. First Herald, 71%. First Tower, 66%. The only one that's not is First Dragon, which you kind of expect given the layout of the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Interesting. SHG now going to have to try and make it happen on that red side. Again, very interested to see what Johan can bring to the squad, obviously, in his first series. Great performance out of him. Want to also see a little bit more composure out of Gang, I want to say, because especially in Game 3 of last week, 4 tower dives initiated by him that went horribly poorly.
Yeah. Not entirely his own fault. There was external intervention by, you know...
but I think in general it's because he would pull the trigger on them without information on where everyone else is, and then the Chiefs just rocked up and claimed some freebies.
That very much has been sort of the VCS play style. You know what? We'll see target, kill target, then deal with whatever's up.
That was LJL though.
Yeah, true, yeah. I suppose spending enough time in this competition, you probably get a bit of the VCS play style.
It's wearing off on them.
Yeah. You can definitely see elements of different play styles incorporated into the way that teams are approaching the game, especially at this stage in the competition. But yeah, Luon was definitely a bit of a spoiler maker, I think, in a lot of those tower dives, as was Why Not being there at the right time, acknowledging that Bo is a pretty sizable target. But yeah, this time around, definitely need to crisp things up if SHG want to be that first team to take a win away from the VCS.
Yeah, because again, while obviously Chiefs did well to punish those, Vikings are a whole another what is it, kettle of fish?
Kettle of light bulbs. It's really hard to compare, honestly.
Yeah.
VCS teams just are a different beast entirely.
Absolutely. Draft started, however. Nico will be banned.
Ooh.
Very, very strong champion, but the Azir, likewise, very strong, has been left open, and Cardi's going to feel completely okay to take that one up. Now, it can be responded to by that Talia. It is a typical response, so wouldn't be too surprised to see it. You don't need to take it on your first two, being that already it's been a mid laner selected, so you can drop it till third, but of course, if you drop it further, bans can come through.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be picked up first round. Something we saw at Jimmian recently, picked it up, looked reasonably good on it, not having touched it much throughout that mid-season. A similar case for the likes of the Vikings and SHG and even Aria to an extent has sort of fallen off in terms of playing the likes of the Azir. But
well, the Azir's banned almost every game against Aria.
Oh, absolutely.
But
even when it was, they were still, erring away from picking that for him.
Yeah, I also like the Azir pickup here by Vikings because it was one of Fate's preferred champions as well. So you've just taken that away. Feel completely confident. Styles going to be on the center once more. He often actually has gone to the center from my recollection, so he's going to be comfortable. And I still think the center leaves a lot to be desired ultimately. Obviously, yesterday we saw it fully come online, but it's not very often you actually get to see that, where the game kind of blows out of proportion and you're still sitting at like 20 stacks, because it is a very slow process in these days.
Yeah, maybe feels at times like potentially holding on to a bit of a pipe dream, the way things were, but is no longer. Going into the late game, we've definitely seen a bit of a catch up, but very rarely do we hit that. Yeah.
I think one of the green here one. Now, my immediate thought, I didn't take enough notice, but there's an Israel skin with green here that I use, but it probably wasn't. It was probably like Lulu or something. There's a lot of champs with skins that make their hair green. Corki will be very difficult for Senna to deal with. Just so strong in the early stage of the game, where obviously Senna very much isn't. Very weak, squishy as well. So a lot of work for Sealong to do to try and aid the Senna through that start of the lane. Support bans from Vikings because Gang has not yet selected his, so the Rakan is where they started off with, and it's the junglers being targeted out by SHG.
Trundle as well.
Trundle and the Xin Zhao. Now, there is still the Vi open.
I mean, it's an interesting one.
No, it's not actually. They banned it. So it's probably going to be attacked. Neferi is another champion.
Yeah, Fury's definitely keen to play more of the
and Nocturne.
The brawler, the skirmish, even just the the pseudo assassin at times.
Yeah.
So we'll go the likes of the Neferi, the Nocturne. Has picked up the Viego a number of times as well. It was last split, I believe, came in and set a kill record, 13 kills on his opening match for the split.
Yeah, so there's definitely enough available for him that he should feel comfortable. I think the Nocturne would be his pick just because it's the VCS. And it seems just if it's open, they pick it. So we'll find out now, obviously. Ambessa most likely going the top side, although we did see last split, Guwon did pick that up for the jungle. Not as likely.
Please no. It was not a great game. Zyra, okay.
Zyra. Okay, so a bit more magic damage. Really happy to kite backwards this game with that Zyra pickup. Very fast clear. Will handedly beat out the Wukong in terms of the clear speed in the early stage of the game, so can be a little bit more proactive early on, which if you're pathing bot is probably going to be to the benefit of Style, who will be struggling a little bit in this matchup. Now, final pick to come through here for the side of SHG will just be the Yorick into that Ambessa.
I mean, it's a shame that Talia was picked up so early, because I mean, look, it would have been a pretty rough game to start things off, but definitely a pretty solid Silas game. But it just makes so much sense with the comp that's already been drafted for Vikings. It's going to do a lot, especially dealing with the likes of the Ambessa, the Azir, and the L-Star as well, plus that global response or pseudo-global response with the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah.
And the Yorick has been a pretty consistent part of Evie's, champion wheelhouse as of late.
Yeah, he has tended to lean on it a little bit, and so
good effect, at least in the first series of the split. So we'll see if he's able to replicate that. Of course, Kratos, a very solid top laner, and in this matchup, it's very, very even. They're probably just going to be essentially matching each other's gold totals, and maybe it'll skew a little bit depending on how these map rotations come out. But we've seen recently, last week, as recent as last week, where Vikings have once again, instead of doing that back and put their bot lane top, they've started to do the same thing as they did in Split 1, where they'd back early and shift their bot lane into the middle lane. So trying to replicate the huge amount of success they found through that style. Of course, they're not able to do so from level 1, so it's not quite as oppressive for the enemy mid laner.
Vanilla mid lane matchup.
Yeah. Not all that surprising. The Radiant Wukong, good skin.
Darklight Yorick.
Spirit Boss is higher, another one.
Hard.
Meowric's my favorite.
Yeah, but Arclight goes hard.
It does.
Like you just can't go wrong with that, I think, at the moment.
I remember a period in time where Yorick mains were really upset because there's just no skins for the champ, but now a lot of good creative ones.
Yeah, the pretty active communities on Reddit, r/ and then whatever your main is. They all have their own little groups where they talk about the lack of skins. I think it wasn't Urgot. I can't remember. It was one that's like they have been like charting the number of days since the last skin came out. It was well over the thousands.
They did do that for Urgot at one stage, but he has got some recently.
Yeah.
Just out of thought, I can't actually remember the last time Shyvana got a skin.
It might be Shyvana.
I don't play Shyvana, so I don't really keep up with her skins, but...
Skarner. I know Skarner is one that's pretty frequently talked about. That's the one I was thinking of. I think it's well over 1,000 days.
Yeah, but his entire champ got changed in its appearance, you know? They just changed the character to be a different skin.
I kind of did that with Trundle as well.
Yeah, but...
And then brought it back as a skin.
Yeah, he got to keep his default... What was it? Traditional.
Traditional. And Sejuani as well.
Yeah.
Has the traditional.
But she has Poro Rider, you see, so
yeah.
No one...
And Red Star, or I still can't remember. The Bear Rider one.
Oh, yeah. I know the one you're talking about.
I think it's actually Iron something or other.
Already playing around this bush on the side of SHG. What is available for style if you wanted to deny it, but seemingly okay with how things are going, and he hasn't been the focus of much punishment yet, so... No reason to be concerned thus far.
Yeah, I mean, not overt aggression from Marble and Gang, but definitely some menace. As you can see, Stoll and Silong wanting to keep those trades as short as possible. Meanwhile, up at the top side, cheeky little play from Kratos to get a grass stack. Get some great damage out onto Evie.
Yeah, and Kratos, if you remember, had probably the best and best performance up until maybe Rests last week that we've seen in the LCP so far. There was one game, I can't remember who it was against, where he just dropped a ridiculous amount of kills.
Yeah, no, he's had some ebbs and flows this year for sure, Kratos. I mean, came ripping into the start of the year, looked really, really good. Troughed a little bit in the mid-season, but he's definitely feeling well revitalized coming into the season finals.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, even the end of the last split, right? He had some standout performances on the likes of the Aatrox. Really did become the god of war, as it were. Just realized the Vietnamese fans are eating good today. All three of their teams playing.
Even the international fans of GAM picked up a fair few of them.
Oh, you'd hope so. Especially with just how personable TK is.
That dude is just absolute quality.
Yeah.
And we were questioning, you know, coming in, had the bet with Remain, and he well and truly keeps his end of the deal. Looking good in the kilt, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. So it's good to have personalities like that in the scene. I also saw a funny thing on Twitter today where his the person.
Oh yeah, asking about what the next game is.
The boots on the ground. TK asks which game it is, and she just replies, making the chat box look like a whale.
And then had to spell it out.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think if I received that, I would also be very confused.
Yeah, like, have you just accidentally hit spacebar, or what's going on?
Fate loses out on his flash there. Good roam timing from Sealong. Makes that Talia awfully vulnerable once this Zed does tick over to level 6. So it's something to keep an eye out. It's the obvious vulnerability that SHG now do have. Interesting that Vikings are just happy to keep lanes as they were.
Well, I mean, that's even the current game state is surprising. Vikings, historically, much like Team Secret Wales, has been a team that looks to force the issue, and they are going to look to do it on Evi, but it's a Yorick.
Yeah, not much is going to come from that. Just a little bit of damage. Honestly, these little traits are good, though. It means that style is getting the stacks a little bit more frequently. So if they can keep doing it, then it will be to their benefit.
I mean, Vikings, definitely the season kickoff, we're looking for 5-minute invates.
Yeah.
Looking for these scraps around the mid lane.
5? They wouldn't wait that long.
Yeah, okay, look, 3 minutes. 3 minutes 50. I'll give them that before we had the restrictions in. Evie.
Yeah, Evie is going to get locked down. Guri's here to flash away. Does it buy him enough time? Looks like he's managed to escape. Does cost him his flash, however. Recall's coming through, so back to the regular lane assignments. And as I said, Fate was the only vulnerability. Well, Evie now losing his flash becomes one against the likes of Kratos with that public execution. Fate does force away Cardi's flash, with the backup there being for Johan, who unfortunately for him is going to lose a lot of his health. Fate coming down though, they may be looking aggressively. Wall not quite how you'd want it, but the shove certainly is. Sealong getting very low. That plant still hitting the health bar of Johan. He's managed to get that clone out, but now Fate, without that flash, is locked down, taken out. Sealong able to take out Johan on the top side as well, as Marble will come flashing in to receive one for himself on the recall.
That was the Vikings I was talking about. Yeah, you know what? We can fight. The game of chicken they played between Cardi and Fate. And unfortunately, it's Cardi who breaks first, has to commit the flash to get away, but comes in with a pretty phenomenal Emperor's Divide to catch out Fate there. But Johan, just a magnificent threat lurking in the wings, sees an opportunity to potentially turn something around with the back of the Weaver's wall, gets engaged on. And yeah, I mean, look, they commit very, very deep. Unfortunately, it's just all a bit chaotic, all a bit haywire. Johan survives for so long. He does dip out to the back line. It's Sealong who has to claim that kill in the end. They find Fate and Cardi. Unfortunately, yeah, we missed that in the thick of it. But look, Marble gets the kill. He's going to have that Valkyrie for some security, at least for the next wee while until that flash comes back up. And unfortunately for him, the replay catches it all.
I have to say that Kuri's singular plant he had down did such a ridiculous amount of damage, considering Johan could have auto-attacked it once and avoided the thick of it. It lasted the entire duration, auto-attacking every single time. Not the most amount of damage on the plants at this stage, but in any case,
looking, Guri might be pinched here, but smartly gets the root out, backing off. Sealong in support. Vikings wanting to contest these grubs.
Yeah, Heavy losing out on the flash, rooted up, gonna almost certainly go down. It's about who picks it up. It'll be Guri on the Zyra. Also gonna mean they are able to claim these, and Fate able to just narrowly avoid that Emperor's Divide and trade back a lot of damage on Nakati. No kill though, so no gold going over. Just a bit of tempo in that bottom lane still. It's Vikings winning out around the map. You're seeing that gold lane
balloon as it tends to with the VCS team. Oh, I say VCS teams. GAM, not so aggressively. They're pretty consistent in the way that they ramp things up, whereas Team Secret Wales and Vikings will just blow things up out of nowhere.
Well, maybe able to at least get the majority of the wave, but gets put quite a bit behind. Guri, the big winner, once again. I knew coming in that this would be a pretty big test for Johan, and so far Guri is standing up and really taking it to this SHG jungler.
It's been such a bizarre trajectory for some of the champions that we see in the competition. I mean, split one, Zyra was pretty much, you know, pick banned out. It was such a hotly contested jungle. Mid-season just not touched at all till the very, very end. And now, clearly, whatever teams have figured out that they're quite happy to bring it back in. I think, again, purely off the back of the likes of the Wukong and those skirmishing bruisers, junglers that we're seeing more and more of early on in the drafts.
SHG trying to secure themselves this dragon. You saw a bit of pressure put down to Style in the mid lane. He loses out on his flash, but Gang also no flash now. Seismic Shove does mean Sealong loses a reasonable chunk of his health bar, but Cardi standing up tall, trying to look for some poke. Strangleforms comes down. The smite is good for the SHG jungler, but the fight isn't going to be as well. Sealong doing his best here to lock down Marble. No flash on the Corki. He does have that Valkyrie for some safety, and Gang, it does look like he's managed to walk on out of there. Fate, not so convinced this is over yet. Flashes in, gets that seismic shove, gets himself one, and now it's Guri that's under a lot of pressure. Fate's going to go down as Cardi comes back to save his mid laner. Guri running, will be taken out. It's Marble who claims it, but there comes the Emperor's Divide, and Style, like a Hoover, going to be taking down so many kills. Double for Guri. Styled with red buff will be able to chase down Gang, and it's an absolute wipe. Vikings coming up huge.
I think this is the most peak Vikings we have seen since Split 1, and this is, I mean, this is just classic, iconic to how they approach the game, which is, if we can see an opportunity to fight, you better bet we are going to try and take that fight. It is just chaotic, it is hectic, it is, at times, seemingly nonsensical, but they see an opportunity and they absolutely crush it. I mean, for the longest time in this fight, Emperor's Divide was not there. Johan, great steal, but gets caught out. I mean, by all rights, it looks like this is magnificent for SHG. They should be able to get away clean. They've taken what they needed to here. They stole the dragon. They only lose Johan. And then Fate bites off more than he can chew, angling for Sealong. They then turn around with a magnificent headbutt pulverize to keep this action going. And then Cardi, Emperor's Divide off cooldown, comes flying on in, and just sends them into the waiting arms of Style, who mops things up for an easy two-piece. Unfortunately, Cardi, also a little bit greedy, catches an empowered rocket to the face.
Absolutely, and Style mops up that last one. The fight certainly going the way of Vikings. You've seen that gold lead get even bigger. Kratos here on the MBS. How many times do I have to see this? This one looks like it will pan out. Gang waiting on his cooldowns, doesn't even need to. Fate finishes off the job. The top side, though, Johan and Evie able to thwart off the dive, meaning it's a winning play for the side of SHG.
Evie has next to no mana. Johan is here. So there is a Cyclone counterplay. Or the root
Just connect, but Johan able to make it to his tower now. That means Evie will be perfectly okay to pick up these minions at his tower.
Oh, this is just such peak Vikings gameplay. It's just fighting, fighting, fighting. And that's far from over.
Yeah,
that's the one thing I can promise you about this game is the fighting will continue throughout the entire run of this series. A little bit slower on the uptick than we used to, but they got there.
Now, Guri really has been the big winner of all this. Did go down once, but 4-1-3 on the Zyra with a 2.5k gold advantage. You remember back to last week, it was Johan who, more often than not, was finding himself in this position. Now, you have to see how he's able to respond to it. It's not an easy job when you are this far behind, especially of Zyra, who just cheats tempo so well. Able to be at the play while finishing off camps. Kratos, you see him, he's trading very well up here now. Gets put in a cage for a little bit, but Evie gets a pretty sizable smack on him.
Yeah, that Sheen in the back pocket does hit reasonably hard. Guri known, but Johan here now, not going to spot it just yet, but they should have an inkling, at least in terms of tempo, that he's likely down on the spot side. Nothing there to be gained on the top. Once again, matches in lanes, but out of position. Mid in the top lane, bot lane in the mid lane, top lane in the bot lane.
Starters all but been given every opportunity to scale here, so getting exactly to where he wants. Now, while Corki is slightly ahead, he's not ahead by as much as you'd really want to be at this stage of the game for a Corki, especially over such a hard scaling champion like Senna.
Yeah, I mean, 46 stacks. Not bad. I mean, we've definitely seen some Sennas in worse positions at this stage in the game.
Yeah, quite a few actually. More often than not, that is the case. Sealong going to pop the NOS, but not really for anything. Just putting it back on cooldown, get it back in rotation. Ignite now, what he's currently with.
Oh, this Yorick champion. So much sustain. Dealing with this Ambessa, who's a level up, and Kratos not feeling that comfortable to really contest this fight. Fury, just a little off the mark there on the gang. Probably wouldn't have netted the kill, but at least some chip damage to make this Rift Herald contest that much more uncomfortable for SHG.
Yeah, SHG looking to just instead turn towards the Dragon. Of course, Dragon up on the bottom side of the map, so it would just be a trade. Johan headed down there to start it up. Now, Rift Herald's gone down exceedingly quickly, so there is a possible chance that the Vikings look to contest that, but we'll see where they head.
I mean, Sealong was in the vicinity,
really
but
possible.
Yeah, I think they got their vision, backed off for the moment. Happy to let it go over. It's only the second. And a Chemtech Soul makes its way onto the Rift once again.
I feel like we've had a lot of those, but maybe that's just because I'm remembering yesterday's series.
It is the third most common dragon we've had so far. Behind, I believe it's Cloud, then Mountain.
Right.
And then, yeah, it's like 19, 17, 13 in the number of dragons we've seen.
Now, not entirely sure what's happening now.
Farming. I can hear the center doing her thing.
Now it's the Azir. Never thought about it, but you could probably tell who is doing what almost at all times based entirely on the auto attack sound.
Yeah. They all pretty much have unique sound.
Yeah, from my knowledge they do.
You know, they would. I can't think of any champions that would have something similar.
That is Talia.
Yeah. And, yeah, pretty easy wave clear.
Ooh. Go back. Style. Getting towards 50, of course. It's every 20 stacks that you get that range increase. Sealong managing to cancel out that crash down, but nothing comes from it. Gang pops the ghost, but it's no big loss.
Herald dropped top. I suppose you want to open up the top side of this rift. It is pretty well prepped. Mid is just that healthy. You're not going to find a heck of a lot. So value for sure, but Style jumps in. They're going to look to crash into this tier 2.
Yeah, be careful, Style. He's going to get stunned up.
Oh.
Johan's waiting, but Style's still full HP. In comes Gang. That's a lot of wombo. Do they have the damage to actually capitalize, though? Cardi is kiting. The healing's there. They do get one. It's returned. In comes Ambessa, and Gang's not long for the world. Will be going down as well. Now, the chase is still there for SHG as they are making this a 2 for 2. Kratos continues on forward. Evie's going to get taken out. That's a double kill for Kratos on the Ambessa. Ultimately a 2 for 3 in favor of the Vikings.
Pretty happy with that. I mean, you've got an 0-3-7 is there in the mid lane, but these fights are still going so handily Vikings way. And you've got Johan catches Style off the bounce out of the Herald. And it looks like they've got all the tools here, but unfortunately Cardi clears that distance. Style keeps Cardi alive for so long, which draws Johan all the deeper, sets up that kill. Suddenly, in the backlines, Kratos is there, running rampant, as only the God of War can. And Sealong, having done his job, will fall too, but Kratos not going to let Evie run away, claims himself the double.
Gets himself out as well. Gold lead still hovering around that 3K mark. Of course, it is the 2 dragons that are in favor of SHG, but fights going the way of Vikings. Especially of what started off pretty poorly, but just not the damage there to really capitalize on the fact that Style got stunned up.
Both supports really just putting in the hard yards, try and set these plays up for their teams. Both of them 2 deaths, 7 assists. Shilong, that's the difference maker. He went deep and got that kill onto Johan in the fight in a similar position earlier on. 2.4k gold lead in the jungle alone.
Yeah, pretty much the entirety of the lead sitting there for Guri. He himself was in a fantastic position. Of course, came a little bit late to the last fight, but not easy to get around the map as the Zyra. Slowly working away at this bot lane tower. Of course, Artikan spawning in 10 seconds. Not likely to be started off the rip, but Vikings have made crazier plays in the past.
Guri doing some gnarly damage here on this Zyra. Just waiting in the wings. Oh.
Yeah, Johan's going forward. Starled's caught out. Starled's going to go down. Shutdown goes over to Evie, but everyone is converging. Johan on a very small amount of HP has managed to run himself away. Evie's going to get taken out. Kratos looks like a man possessed onto this Ambessa, able to claim himself a second in some way, somehow. Starled gets caught out, but it's still the Vikings coming out on top.
Yeah, Kratos putting this Ambessa to work. Very much looking like he has found his footing coming into the season finals. They have got contenders on the mind. 4-1-1 for him. Eclipse done. Shojin done. And this is a very, very scary situation for SHG. The power of the Stranglethorns showing itself through. This is why you can't clump up. They get a little bit over-eager trying to take down Star, and look at it. Boom. In comes Shulong, sets it up Stranglethorns. They lock down Gang and Evie for such a long time. All the while, the damage coming out from Kratos. Spacing.
4-1-1 on the Ambessa. Bloodlet is cursed now online for Guri. Of course, double AP, meaning one of those AP champs wants to pick it up as the air tending to want more of those just straight AP items outside of the Rylai's.
Shulong's the one you have to watch. That guy is, well, he's got an itchy trigger finger, for sure. See an opportunity, take an opportunity. I really hope we do get to see his pike again before the end of the split. Has been a little bit absent. They erred away from it in the mid-season qualifying series. They just I think overthought the situation and thought that their opponents had prepped something for it, but I think realistically they just hadn't. They just said, whatever, we'll play into it and see what happens.
Yeah. Johan trying to claim this bot lane red buff, but not likely to be given that opportunity. Pings from SHG onto this Artikan. You see a lot of numbers committed to this top side, Guri being one of them, and he's not able to respond. For this Zyra to get down there is going to take a long time. They're just giving it. So SHG find an opportunity to pick themselves out the Artikan, and will be able to do so. They lose the top inner.
Potentially mid-tier 1, but great response from Fate.
Yeah, able to defend it for at least this wave. Now Style is still full HP and can heal Cardi as well. Siege will continue. Bit of combat given over the way of SHG through the pedals, XP as well as adaptive force. Pretty hard for them to even look for the engage into this Zyra. And the Azir. Oh, and look at the damage Cardi's doing. Nice seismic shot from Fate. Will hit onto Cardi. Sealong's gone in. He's got that ultimate. Will be popping it. Tanking out one more tower shot. Style working on this tower. Should be able to take it out. That's the mid lane outer.
Ooh.
All but certain to fall. Even if it doesn't now. It's just one more auto attack away. So undoubtedly will fall whenever Vikings put any ounce of attention towards it.
There will be a minion on a mission, surely.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to go down now.
Yeah. I mean, it was 1 HP in a dream. Structural integrity is not long for the Rift, but there you go. Tower number 4 for the Vikings. Only one claim so far by SHG, and it's down in that bot lane. Shilong just has zero fear.
Yeah, no real reason to. Doesn't have ult at the moment, so he is a little bit more vulnerable, but the tools to get on reliably the back line of the Vikings roster just aren't really there, considering there's so much interrupt. Senna already very far away alongside that Azir, but if you do make it onto them, you've got the Emperor's Divide, the Stranglethorns making things very difficult in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, it's a very tough one for Johan for sure. Same for Gang. Try and close that gap and get into the back line. And if you do, oh, it's a bleak situation. It really is. Stranglethorns is such a problem, and Guri is hitting very, very hard at the moment. Sets up so much damage for Cardi.
3.5k gold advantage for him. Almost at the Zhonya's, but has at least got that Seeker's Arm Guard, which essentially is just a Zhonya's.
Baby Zhonya's. I mean, you look at it, 70 stacks now for Starly. Has plateaued somewhat, it feels. But in the last 10 minutes, he's only just about 24 stacks, I think, which is far cry from what he found before.
Sure. Next dragon spawning, 45 seconds, would be the second of the game for Vikings, and SHG not in the greatest of positions to try and contest it. Evie, however, looking to trade aggressively onto Kratos. Not sure it's the greatest fight of all time. Kratos looking pretty happy about turning this to one round. Does still have that ultimate chop in a cave.
Oh.
Evie flashes away, looking for the trade back. Evie, has he done it? He has the shutdown going over to the SHG top laner. On the other side of things, though, a little more bleak as Gang has been found and taken out. Evie's going to have some good time alone in this tower. No, Cardi's going to have to respond and teleport down to it.
I mean, that is just the epitome of call an ambulance, but not for me.
I can't believe he outplayed that.
Yeah,
That
no, I
was-
can't either.
I didn't think it was even possible to outplay that.
Flashes away from the public execution. If the public execution lands, that's a dead Yorick, but fast fingers from Evie gets him out of danger.
Yeah, and the smallest of difference between getting hit by that as well, because he flashes in so he can also output damage, gets the Q. Kratos flashes away, but the ghouls come flying in. They come bounding over. The dragon will be taken out. It's going to be the second of the game, so no realistic dragon win con in this one unless it does extend well past where I imagine the expiry date of the game is. But if Evie continues doing things like that, maybe they're able to find some answer to fight back in. Gang goes to put down wards and just gets completely annihilated.
We heard you like CC on your CC. It's exactly what Vikings have drafted. I mean, you look at how much damage is output right here. I mean, that is almost an entire
this flash
50% difference.
So perfect. Frame perfect flash from Evie. There they are. Evie's going to claim another tower. See along up here alongside Cardi. Yorick paying off at the moment. Blows that gold gap all but entirely for himself. Of course, still the ever-linging presence of Guri. Almost 4k up now. Just farming exceptionally well. Almost on that 10 CS a minute as a jungler. Not an easy feat to achieve.
But Zyra definitely one that would be most equipped, I think, in making that happen. Yeah, I mean, he's, rapidly approaching that 4,000 gold lead, which makes up the vast majority of the team lead.
Still, the Zyra not very good at dealing with side waves. So, truly is a good avenue for SHG to play around, is this Yorick. The side laning, having that Talia and how quickly she can maneuver the map is a potential avenue. But what SHG really have to do is not give over the Baron. You see Vikings heading up there, they get the ward down, Cardi puts down the soldier, they are going to start it up. There's no vision in this pit for the side of SHG, and you see Gang, he knows he's not able to walk up here. He wasn't able to last time, he has the teleport, he's down that bot lane trying to start getting some pressure, but maybe it's a little bit too late. Gang still struggling to get in there. The range of the center just a little too much. Sealon goes forward. The rest of the Vikings here to follow. Fate very, very low. Is going to have to flash away. Gang's almost certain to go down, but not before Sealon does. Kratos in the thick of things and just even to head home. Johan very, very low as well. Rooted up, but he's far enough away. They're able to somehow navigate the situation for a 1-0 in their favor, but health bars are bleak. You see Gang teleporting out once again to try and get some vision. Johan sticking around. He realizes he has to try and look for that smite fight potentially. A lot of damage output onto Evie. Style is starting to hurt quite a lot, and Kratos still on half HP. They are going to peel off that Baron. Gang's going to go in for 3. In comes that Weaver's Wall. What will fight fan? Guri does go golden. Kratos Kratos in the back as Kari comes flying on in the back line, but he might be in a rough position. He does go gold. Vikings have navigated. Marvel is all that stands. He'll get one, but the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen.
Kratos, again, just getting more value in the back of this team fight. Finds the public execution onto Fate, then turns it around onto Johan, who is just crazy deep for some reason. I mean, you're not really losing out on all that much. For Cardi, he's not been the big powerhouse this roster. It's just about, hitting those big Emperor's Divide, setting up the team fight for the likes of Guri and Kratos in style.
What an engage from Gang, though.
The Rels in this competition are just so impressive.
Able to find that stun. Sealong pops the ult to be able to at least get that knock up, but he, during the duration of his ult, is just completely shredded through. Now Johan goes in, looks for a bit of damage onto Kratos to help his team. Not able to find all that much. And it's Vikings who start up this Baron again. SHG will be there to answer. Johan still low. And Heavy takes a good chunk of damage from Style at the start, but here's where Gang turns it all around.
Oh, what a magnet storm there. They flash away from the Weaver's wall. Carney just chipping away there in the back line. Emperor's Divide onto Marble to try and keep him out of the fight. Unfortunately, it is going to ultimately cost Cardi his life, but it allows Kratos to run rampant, find himself yet another double. That Ambessa, 3 items deep, working well on his way to this 4th. But SHG feel like they're the ones to maybe take some owners in the Baron.
Yeah, interesting. So SHG starting it up. You see Fate there hitting from outside the pit alongside Gang. Now there's an extended blast cone. Gang gets himself back in the pit. Weaver's Wall's going to keep Guri as far away as possible. Smite comes down. Johan, good to take that one, but Sealong's not so convinced this is over. You see him charging in. In goes Kratos, 2v3 in the top side. On the bottom, though, it's going to be Fate immediately taken out. Marvel still trying to find damage, but this Alistair is one hell of a bull. Gang will be able to limp away. Evie trying to find damage onto those absolute tanks in the back line.
Oh, my lord.
And on the front, it's Cardi. Marvel will answer back, but he is once again all that stands. They do have at least the one Baron buff, but unfortunately for them, it's 4 members of Vikings steering down their structures.
My lord, Guri catches Fate and just murders him in the jungle. Johan desperately trying to figure out how to best help, can do nothing but sort of stand and look on as the Stranglethorns come down. We just see it again. You look at it, SHG, I think they played this really, really well in terms of getting this Baron off the Rift and away from Vikings. But unfortunately, in the time that it takes them to get it clear, you see the positioning for Vikings. Look at Fate, you see him bottom right getting caught here. Stranglethorns loses all of his HP, gets rooted up, and Cardi comes screaming over that wall. Meanwhile, on the top side, Vikings, Shulong at the front, just pounding away at Gang, making it so hard to play. Guri gets his double. They find Johan as well. Oh,
good flash by Marble.
Yeah.
Able to at least answer that one, but still the Baron, which could have been an opportunity back in, gets all but neutralized. Gold lead slightly extending here for the side of Vikings, and once again it's largely because of this top jungle duo. Of course, namely Guri, who is now 5k up, essentially an item and a half. You see the 4 completed items to just the 2.5 there for Johan, who was having one hell of an entrance to verse in the VCS.
Yeah, we saw that under Fate. He lost all his HP. That gets caught out. Massive root from Guri. Follows it with the Stranglethorns. Gets the follow-up root as well. So essentially, Fate was just not able to play that fight at all.
The Vikings still the upper hand, are going to continue to try and push their advantages as they can. Marble still with that Baron for 33 more seconds. Does mean the SHG will be able to secure themselves this tower as Evie left alone into that 2v1 in the bottom side. Fate's going to recall, make sure no more structures get taken out. Tower trades are even across the rift. Of course, overall, Vikings with that extra one. Marble going to buff up one last wave. Should be able to mean that it does go down. Cardi narrowly avoiding that seismic shove. Marble quietly having one good game for himself, but Sealong's on the hunt.
They actually turn it into a positive Baron play.
Weaver's Wall coming out, trying to get everyone out. Johan just staying in that bush. They're going to find him.
He is going to be found. This is one almost certainly dead Wukong. No real way for him to run. He's trying to delay time. Buy time for Evie. This could be a good play. Everyone's committed to this. Johan, he's baited them out. He has absolutely done one on them, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to buy just enough time. Evie, he'll get the crash in. I'm not too sold that he'll actually get the tower, but we'll see. The demolish alongside that Triforce might be enough. Will be. Oh no. Playing it safe.
Yeah, unfortunately the Wukong clone disappears after a little while. That one did not. He's just sort of stood there looking at a wall. Maybe it was a case of, you know, Johan thought, well, if I can't see them, they can't see me. Unfortunately, the game is a top-down game, so they could. But yeah, in the end, net positive Baron play by about 100 gold. So not the worst, definitely not the best, but far from the worst.
Yeah, they get themselves some gold back, and it is still a big gold lead, but as this game continues to draw out, that gold lead means less and less as more fully completed items come online. 35 minutes in we are now. It's one dragon away for Vikings to have it all, 4 of those Chemtech dragons and the soul. SHG, they did pick up the Baron, of course, but more importantly, the Artican, which is a lingering buff, still have that, of course.
Style is essentially full build, at least for the moment.
Marble very close to, and his items do a lot more than Senna's, but Senna has a passive, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I mean, at this stage in the game, the one lead that you have is in the mid lane for Fate. And we saw what happened last time after that Baron take was just completely negated purely off the back of Guri. So it needs to be very careful in terms of positioning. Doesn't have that same safety as in the Zhonya's that, oh dear.
Yeah, Evie was able to outplay Kratos last time, but this time Kratos bought the boys. It's going to be a pretty quick and decisive kill there on the side lane. Evie a little bit too far pushed out. Marble.
Ooh. While that was happening though, the tier 2 does fall in the bot lane.
It's a good answer, but Dragon spawning, 46 seconds. Evie pretty much spawning on timer with it. We'll be able to teleport to that. But unfortunately for the side of SHG, they do not have the Yorick for the time prior to this Dragon to try set up a side lane and draw out some pressure. It's just going to have to be a raw 5v5. And it's a 5v5 that you'd have to favor the Vikings for. You've got an area set up with the Zyra. It's going to be very difficult to ever try and force your way in. They plan off this mid wave. They get it pushed out once more. It's the last mid wave they're going to have to worry about until the spawning of this Dragon.
No flash for Johan, but flash there for Gang.
Vikings maybe looking to give it.
Yeah. I mean, they can afford to. It would only give that sole point. Or Gang takes a lot of damage, so realistically this should be the...
Yeah, now they get anything they want, essentially. Unfortunately, Gang loses the vast majority of his HP.
Holds the flash, though.
Little fine there. Taking the blue buff while taking the Dragon. Now Ping's going down onto the top side of the rift. Johan's there. This Dragon's gone. That is the soul. Chemtech soul, not the most important. Teleport in for Gang. He's back with the boys.
Fade is down in that bot lane. He shoved it pretty deep.
He has teleport. There's an opportunity now for Evie. One's coming, 5v5.
Oh boy.
And locked up and taken out immediately as Evie. Not anything that he could contribute to this one. Now Fate, he's arrived with everyone else. Marble very low, does have the Valkyrie to get himself out. You're seeing the front line. Johan trying to look for the knockup, but he's just knocked down and absolutely cut to shreds by the side of the Vikings. 3 left, rounded like sheep into the wrong side of the rift. No real way to find respite, and it's going to be everything coming up Vikings. Fate even making it harder for Gang to get himself out. See along low, Marble somehow might have found a way out. It's a great flash from Fate. They're looking for the damage. Gang trying to find the CC. Kratos, no abilities able to be used on that scattered earth, but Cardi will be able to lock down Gang. Gang running for his life surely is going to be found. Just the carries will remain for SHG. The Baron's going to be found for the Vikings. And the game just got a whole lot harder if SHG want to find a way to win this.
Absolutely. One of the few red side first Barons. This is just a second, so blue won't be taking it here. I have to say though, 127 stacks for Style. He's doing all right, considering how much of a plateau there was in the middle of game for those numbers that he was getting for himself. But yeah, there we go. What did he sell? He sold something and bought an IE. I think potentially the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Evie gets CC'd and dies before being able to contribute at all. Long just still in that back line, still doing everything he'd ever dream of. And while Johan does find his way onto Style, no one else is anywhere near. There's just no hope in the world that you're able to capitalize on anything that Wukong's providing, unfortunately. And Fate and Marble, I don't know how Marble escapes. I guess everyone just ignores him.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The one half-decent looking KD in the team, purely because he has just been that last alive, able to get away, not without contributing. He definitely has picked up some very, very big kills throughout this game, which is why that there's only an 800 gold lead in that bot lane. Evie
and Fate, they're looking.
Says, who cares about your Baron buff?
Yeah, this is a great idea. I mean, it's going to be a base race, but Yorick is extremely good at these. SHG, they're going to lose an inhib on the top side to Style, and see what else. 2 members strong. It's Style and Guri against Gang and Marble down this bot side. 3v3 and 2v2 on each side of the map. Base is punctured.
Oh my lord.
Marble, oh my lord, the tower's gone. Evie's trying to get the recall. Fate will get the recall. There is a man mismatch at the moment.
Oh.
Style is just hitting from 2, 3 screens away.
Yeah, no, it was the static shiv that he got rid of. So, hitting hard, and yeah, like you said, from the next town over.
So, an inhib found. A possible avenue for that split push win condition. It's not something we see a whole hell of a lot here in the LCP, but if ever there was a time, it was in a game like this where a team fight just feels near on impossible against just how hard the Sen is hitting, about how far away it is.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of HP and onto Gang, who reasonably tanky in terms of defensive stats.
Gang popping the ghost. I think SHG realizing their time is near.
The tower is just crumbling.
41 minutes in. Gang's gonna have to try and find something, and something incredible. Baron up minions still crashing. 24 seconds remaining on this buff as the second inhib will fall within the SHG base. One does remain. It is that mid lane. Escorting in is Kratos. Long just looking a zone, posturing and finding Evie. He's got the Guardian Angel. It's going to be popped immediately. Marble on the back line trying to do what he can. But it's a great Emperor's Divide out of Cardi, sending Johan back to sender, and Guri with a double. Looking for even more as Style flashes on in. Will claim that kill onto Marble, all but certainly. And in the base lies only Fate, but he will go down as well. The Nexus, not long for the world. And Vikings claim game 1.
I mean, they weathered the storm and what was a pretty rough bot lane matchup. And Style and Long run havoc across the map. I mean, they were really just doing bits. So much damage coming out of this center. It's a champion that we tend to not see all too often get to that stage in the game.
Yeah, very rarely do the games get to that point, especially with a center in them. But here we did get there. I really like SHG, while obviously they did unfortunately fall in this game. The fact they realize these 5v5s aren't possible, so they look for other avenues, look to see if maybe Vikings could be caught lacking, but they had the answer every single time. And they were able to capitalize on that. They get the win. It was not an easy win by any stretch of the imagination, especially considering how far ahead Vikings ended up from early on.
I mean, 4K, sort of around that 15-20 minute mark, and it never really closed much, as you can see on the graph. Around the 30-minute mark, yeah, it dipped a little bit, but then bounced back up and continued on that upward trend. Marble really did what he could to try and stay in that, but just the chaotic nature of these Vikings team fights, I can only imagine how stressful it must be as a bot laner to play in that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, we just got to a point where Corki was wholly outscaled. This is how it all started. It was Long and Guri, and it kind of stayed Long and Guri for the most part. It looked like, okay, maybe they can get the kill here, but unfortunately for Johan, the damage not quite there. Ricardi gets to the fight before Gang's able to. That's 2 quick kills for them. Fate falls. They will be able to answer one back at least onto Cardi, but not before the damage was already done.
Yeah, and again, another one of these chaotic team fights. They get the dragon, but it looks like SHG are going to be able to get themselves away, having only lost Johan. And then Fate says, well, these guys are kind of low. I could probably make something out of this. gets a great seismic shove onto Xulong, who then just from death's door finds the headbutt pulverize to set this play up for the rest of the Vikings roster, who come in and capitalize in style, just waiting to receive the Emperor's Divide. Unfortunately, Cardi's still in the danger zone. There are test rockets firing. Catches that with his face and gives Marvel a double. But style is just so accelerated. And again, even here, it looks like maybe they've overplayed their hand. SHG in a great spot. Gang comes in with a huge setup in this team fight, but ultimately it is just not enough.
Yeah, just no damage, unfortunately, for the side of SHG here. And while if there was, if Marble was here at the start of the play, it could have been so much different, but it isn't the reality. Marble eventually gets there, but Guri does as well. And one of those champs is a lot more fed than the other at this stage, and SHG can do not much as soon as Guri arrives but run. Even here, they find a great pick onto Style. He gets that last second root out onto Johan, and he takes a lot of damage. But here is just the Strangle Thorns shredding through Evie and Gang.
Yeah, and again, another massive Magnet Storm from Gang. He was really playing some lights out rel in this game, but Cardi just allowed to free whale in on the back line, separates Marvel to deny him the opportunity to do so much damage. He has to walk his way around it. He will go gold, and unfortunately the team can't then collapse in on and find the follow-up. And again, when things went poorly, they went really poorly. Vikings, a team that will continue to leverage that point of pressure time and time again. They see a weakness, they will capitalize upon it and punish you for it.
Absolutely. I am still impressed by SHG's macro in this game.
Absolutely.
Like finding that dragon from, I'm sorry, the Baron from how far behind they were is very impressive.
Nhìn tóc kìa. Tóc kìa. Lấy máu rồi.
Giết luôn. Rồi nè. Tao nhìn Vũ Công kìa. Vũ Công nửa cây.
Vũ Công rồi. Biết nó bắt em ơi. Hai thằng vô.
Theo luôn.
Quên. Theo luôn. Em về tao bị cái.
Biết không lách. Nhìn nó nhìn nó. Tôi không kịp.
Very composed.
Very efficient.
Yeah.
Not wasting any air at all, and making sure that the comms were clear and precise and clean. And you know what else is clean? Is the emote and the icon that you can get for supporting the LolPacific channel. You subscribe on Twitch, you get yourself the Pengu Garen, or Penguaren, let's call it what it is, Penguaren emote. It is the Bring It emote that you can spam in every single game mode that you want to play in. And then of course the Remus Dance icon with that LCP icon there as well. Let them know you're a fan, let us know you're a fan. If we do see you in game, of course, make sure you get it as well. You get uninterrupted viewership through all of the games. You don't want to miss a minute, especially in crunch time here in the season finals. This is where you have to bring your A game if you want to contest and try and take one of those 3 spots going to Worlds. So please, if you can, choose to support the LCP and like us, back the lads.
Absolutely, but we are going to go to a break now. Once we're back, we'll see if SHG can fight back.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, the teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
And game number 2 about to get underway. Of course, the Vikings in a long-fought battle that was realistically pretty clean from both teams in many ways. They do pick up the win. So now they're looking 1 win away, and they will almost certainly lock themselves into that first spot and have a great opportunity to contest to head up to group at the top of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, SHG definitely looking the cleanest they have so far against the given opponents that they've played so far. I mean, the Vikings, last couple of times they played against it, it's really just kind of crumbled in the face of it. They're holding their own. We've been talking about their macro has been looking pretty clean. In saying that, Vikings definitely feeling like they've found some of the form that they've held earlier on in the year. Kratos looking like an absolute monster in that top lane. Cardi as well, given the match that he was playing and played a pretty clean Azir around those team fights, doing a lot in terms of zone control. It wasn't a dominant factor, but he made Marble's job so much harder than it could have been.
Yeah, for sure. Always managing to find his way on the back line onto Marble, and even that one fight near the Baron got his way there onto Johan and Fate, who really, in this terms of SHG, the one doing a lot of that damage, the two doing a lot of damage were those members, but still, the Azir now will be removed, of course. The Talia gone as well. Red side will be what Vikings now have to find themselves a win on to close out the series in 2, but SHG on the blue side are looking, of course, to make it a 3rd and try and get their 2nd win here of the season finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting coming back into the season finals. in terms of, again, some of those shift-ups, you know, in the meta is what I was trying to say. And champions that have been a staple somewhat falling off a little bit coming in, and some that weren't being played at all making their way back in. There's little changes between splits and in these patches, just ebbing and flowing. The popularity, you love to see it. It is definitely, I was a little concerned that Fearless might lack is the diversity, which is ironic given the format.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, who knows, man? I'm just excited for the next game because I think what I saw out of Johan is not what I came to expect out of Johan. And part of it is possibly just because Guri was very menacing on the Zyra. I mean, played a phenomenal game.
5k gold gap does not create itself out of nothing.
Exactly, but I think a lot of that was just the proactivity of Sealong, actually. I think the early game was very well dictated by Sealong, and of course, Guri was always there to whatever Sealong was doing and capitalizing on it. But anyway, we head into the draft now. Nico, Aurora, Gwen taken away, Varus, Sion, and one more to come for the Vikings.
Now, Pantheon, no, Vi. Okay, so Pantheon's going to be left here, which Johan, I think realistically, given how strong it is in terms of the global pressure, I think you'd be foolish not to take it if you are SHG. Just allows for so much more impact in and around the map. You could still build a decent amount of damage and still be very, very hard to kill with that shield, as well as a great stun setup. So probably looking potentially, I would, if it was up to me, I'd be looking for Ahri for Fate in the mid lane. That Ahri Pantheon combo is a pretty devastating one.
Yeah, first Pantheon
okay.
let through.
Okay, and then they just immediately insta-lock with the response of Lucian Jarvan.
Most likely looking for the Braum, if I had to guess. But of course, you can still go the Nami route, if that were to be the way you'd like to. Still, I guess it's better to find out what the next few picks coming through from SHG are before you necessarily lock one of those in. Xayah, now not the greatest champ in the world against the Jarvan. You do get still locked up in that cage, but the Rakan a great response because you can deny that engage through the quickness.
Okay.
And Nautilus ends up being what they go for. So it's a dedicated button that can force out almost 9 times out of 10 can force out the Featherstorm as long as there's follow-up around it, which then does allow for a lot of follow-up.
Yeah.
Sealong very hit or miss on this champion in the past, so we'll see what he's like now. Of course, first time we're going to see it from him this split. Rumble taken away from Evie now, another one of his staples in the top lane.
Yeah, because as good as Cataclysm is, it's kind of a great setup for that equalizer for both teams. You don't want that as an opportunity to answer for SHG, because Featherstorm comes out for Marble, you drop the equalizer on top, and all of a sudden, all Guri's really done is put himself in a horrendous spot. Let's go SHG. I mean, again, we talked about it, they really have been stepping things up. Orianna going to be denied away from Cardi. And given that you've got a Jarvan and a Nautilus already, pretty consistent follow-ups or even more or less setups for the Command Shockwave combo to come through.
Absolutely. Annie removed from Fate, of course, pairs well with the Pantheon. Just a ridiculous amount of setup from level 1 that can be found between that duo. So certainly do not hate that. Still, one more band to come through.
A lot of priority around this mid lane. Aurora, Orianna, Annie can take it away. And some of the big players as well at the moment. Rise, another big player out of that mid lane.
Rise, yeah. So mid lane and top lane still be picked up for both teams. It's going to be Cassante, a very solid blind pick. And it's something that Kratos has excelled on. Of course, a big performance yesterday out of Biopanther to try and step up to, because that was a truly dominating game of Cassante against the other LJL team in DFM. So can Kratos replicate the success that Biopanther had on it? I mean, at least traditionally, yes, he has been able to. He's been a very, very solid Cassante player. All limited response, so just honorable tank duel in the top lane is what I like to see. Of course, regardless of the result of this game, I will be going to GOL later on to check who got more grass stacks, because that is the one true way to tell who won top.
What do you want in the mid lane? So far it's less circle theory and more line theory between Grand Skyflow. Okay, more line theory, but a little bit of circle theory as well. For Fate, the victor coming out. Has seen a few bans starting out the season finals. Made its way in, I think, at least the once. I believe we had it once last weekend. No, I don't think we have. But this might be the first of the season finals.
And definitely will be the first way of the season finals. So it's a matchup that's not very secretive. It is, you know, most lanes go. Victor does perfectly fine in them, but so does Hui. It's a very low-range comp, which makes Hui very good this game. Typically nowadays, before, in the days gone by, you used to just pick Hui no matter what, but now I think people realizing he exceeds a lot more if he's into short range, where he can continually contribute some pretty guaranteed skill shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a rough game, I think, for Guri. Not necessarily in that he's going to struggle for targets. I think he's going to have to be a little bit careful with that Cataclysm, because if he locks any of his own teammates in accidentally, they all but certainly are going to be dead. Call of the Forge God, Arcane Storm rather, in on top, Feather Storm. It's kind of a death sentence, so the old Jarvan is helping meme kind of relevant here.
Is it not called Chaos Storm anymore?
Arcane, yeah.
They changed it. Oh. I didn't know that, actually.
I would think that it was potentially influenced by something.
No,
recently.
probably not. Just a random change. All right, skin game. Choo-choo on means that, and the matching bot lane skins does mean, unfortunately, for the side of Vikings, it was won out by the side of SHG. Now, of course, High Noon Lucian and Subterranean Nautilus, two good skins, but doesn't quite get to the standard of Choo-choo on.
100 for 100. And we are batting 100 on the Cosmic Dawn Rakan.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that. It's definitely not my favorite.
I can't believe Marvel and Gang are e-dating. As playing those two skins in the... Oh, okay, in the bot lane together.
Yeah, look.
Kind of means that's a thing.
If I had to guess, I think, well, the dating Gang might have been out there and kissed an anchor.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to lose any of his sums. Might do now. No.
Minions have spawned.
Classic Vikings. Early skirmishing, luckily though for SHG, they are not losing out in a heck of a lot.
Just a straight 2v2 brawl as well. I wonder if there was any scouting gone in. Maybe they've played scrims in the past and noticed a tendency for Marble and Gang to just two-man stack a bush, or maybe just Gang stacking a bush while the rest are on top side, because they seemingly punished it about as well as you could hope.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't really impact all that greatly on. And there we go. Oh, no, okay, so it's just, yeah. C target, hook target, damage. The classic.
There's a bit of a disagreement between the two junglers going on at the moment. They're both trying to stop each other from hitting level 2, but Johan will not be stopped. The flash away from Guri. Disastrous start for him in the jungle, and Johan coming out with a statement after last game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wukong and Desire was a bit rough. Pantheon into Jarvan, just a little bit more favorable if you can find those openings. And he does. Gets the flash out of Guri, which means, oh, okay.
So level 1 for Gang. Ooh, press the attack will connect. Has the potion though.
Again, Gang twice now has been reduced to some rough levels of HP. Johan, quick drive by to say hi in the mid lane. Gives Fate a little bit of clearance. Okay.
Style flashing very aggressively to try and look for the kill there, but angle did not present itself at all. Marble did lose both sums. Heal as well used from Gang.
Barrier's still there for Style. They are not done.
Yeah, Q will connect from Gang though, but first blood comes through. Sealong is able to connect it and will get one back for his troubles, but most importantly, that humongous wave of minions is not going to be able to be picked up for Marble.
Supportal combat. Ooh.
Ooh. Tempting Fate.
Missed it by that much. And Fate says, cool. And back to usual business.
And here's where the real battle is. Of course.
Marble and Gang have already had enough. They're heading top side. So the lane swap initiated. But as early as you possibly could here for SHG.
Oh, my lord.
Just a little bit to the left there, buddy. And the Orbit certainly would have had that too.
Oh.
Better late than never.
Golden Ox.
No, Luna Beast.
I actually cannot believe we're at 100% on the Cosmic Dawn Rakan skin. Maybe it does more damage. I never noticed it doing more damage.
Except when you're eating a culling. Oh no, sorry, you mean the Cosmic Dawn. I mean, to be fair, it's Rakan. It's just annoying, I think, more than it doing more damage. Maybe it's some sort of camouflage that sort of blends in. Kratos dancing around pretty well here.
And ultimately, just both top laners slapping each other. Cull actually purchased. Another great hook from Sealong. Gang looking to answer back with a little bit of poke at least, but not really finding all that much. Does connect at least on the Gleaming Quill, so there's a little bit of a health gain off the back of that. Mid lane just Majors battling. Damn, Gang is... He's not having a good time.
He's living that Gang life right now. It is just non-stop turf wars in this top lane. Oh, Sealong. I mean, look, he has... Okay, yeah, classic Hex Flash into the wall. Psych yourself up. It's like footballers bashing their helmets together to get themselves in the mindset for a game. But yeah, I mean, Sealong has done reasonably well this year with those hook champions. Mostly the Pike that he really made a bit of a name for himself early on.
Yeah, he's had the Nautilus games where his first 10 minutes look incredible and then he isn't able to hit a wall.
He is, ironically enough, a bit hit or miss.
Gang here to look for someone in the mid lane. Does have one more Battle Dance available. Utilizes it well. Here comes Sealong. Never going to shy away from any potential fight. Nothing to be found though. Just be mid laners heading across to level 6 now.
Still being given a lot of freedom up in this top lane. Hasn't been under much threat given that Gang is also roaming. Match Sealong. But the level disparity already evident in this bot lane duo. Not a huge lead. In fact, both of them feeling like they've missed out on a decent amount of CS.
Yeah, you compare them to the solo laners and the battles that have been ongoing is really being apparent here. Sealong, unfortunately, with how well he played the earlier fights, is just going to be completely annihilated. Up comes Johan, presses W, job done.
Yeah, gets the last word though. He turns around, gets the dredge line onto Marble and chucks the ignite down for good measure. Yeah. Bit of an odd gank, honestly, given how this game has been going so far. He just sort of walked in.
Yeah, strolled up. Nice sidestep from Fate, but Guri's here. Does have Flash and is going to use it to get away from that fear, but won't be able to do so to get away from the Spiraling Despair.
Damage. But it's early game. High. Oh, Sealong.
Yeah, Sealong. Look, he's not happy. He's not happy about how he went down. Cardi would have loved that kill. Would have having to run away from Johan, who likewise enters and immediately flashes on out of there. What a chaotic game.
Fate is out of the frying pan and into the fire there. Oh, Gang. No, okay, Cardi's not going to stick around. He says, no, Sealong, calm down. I need to go back to base and buy something. But yeah, no, thought he was safe, and then Sealong comes ripping out of the fog of war. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. Guri, great setup. They get the flash away from Fate. Spiraling Despair comes down. A lot of damage onto Fate. This is potentially some level of hubris. Yeah, Sealong flash hook. Got him, boss.
Yeah, well, Cardi would have loved the kill. He sees the Pantheon ult coming in and just makes sure he's not going to fall victim to your Pantheon. Quite a high amount of burst damage, especially if you are low on health. I think correct decision for him. Unfortunately, does miss out on that kill, and Sealong sits with 2.
Can we sit here for a moment and talk about the fact that Kratos has 72 CS and both bot laners are just cracking 55?
You know what? I'll sit here until the game ends.
At least. Yeah. In fact, there is a nearly 15-20 CS gap between both top laners and their respective bot laners.
Now, unfortunately, Fate also finding himself at a similar level with those bot laners. Now, Teleport's coming in. It's going to be Evie. Always willing to give up something to the benefit of his team, and this time it looks like going to be able to give up a little bit of that bot lane farm to try and secure that these grubs are picked up. I think interesting decision. I really don't rate the grubs as highly as to be giving over, but it seems like both teams are Vikings are always happy to fight, are going to come in. Call of Fortune will come out. Sealong trying to stop it, won't do it in time. He's completely one-shot. It's Marble who does claim the kill for that one. The credit going to the AD carry of SoftBank, and now Vikings trying their best to find an avenue in. Kratos, he finds it. All Out comes through, but he's knocked up. That's the Chaos Storm doing bits. Kratos flashing over the wall. Will find Gang as well, as if he comes crashing into him. Style, though, will find the last hit on that one. It's a 2-for-1 going the way of Vikings. Void Grub will be secured as well. 2-to-1 in that aspect.
We are seeing peak Vikings gameplay, man. It is just... This is where they find the most success. And Team Secret Wales very much in the same avenue. It just, as little understanding as possible in these team fights is very much a case of almost turn brain off, make play.
And Sealong trying to stop Eevee's ultimate. Pulls the trigger on the hook a little bit too late, but will pay the price for it, of course, as he is just absolutely annihilated. Marble's going to feel pretty happy about picking that one up, but a little bit of a split decision here. Fate on the top side trying to make sure Hui can't join. And unfortunately, all this time, Styles just free hitting. Kratos finds the angle, goes straight in there, and these health bars are whittling away very, very quickly.
I'm mildly surprised that the call wasn't made to just turn and collapse onto Marble. I think with Johan right there, he was fully charged up, ready to go. They probably could have found the damage they needed to take him out, but he's just allowed to free hit through the entirety of that fight.
Kratos slowly working towards the Iceborne Gauntlet here, so without the magic resist should be a pretty good time for Fate to be matching up into him. Evie is buying armor into the Lucian, of which he is going to be laning against for a little while. Johan, ultimate almost available, can come to join any of these skirmishes that Vikings so willingly opt into.
Maximizing jungle threat. They get the scuttle, and they will take the dragon as well. Not clearing that ward. Some smart stuff. And you almost have to feel for the LJL and Oceanic teams, because both regions have a pretty consistent way of approaching and playing the game. And then you come up against someone like a VCS team who just play the most bonkers League of Legends, because they will fight you until one of you has lost the game.
Yeah, and I wonder, I don't think it... Oh, hold up. Kratos looking for something here on Defate. He's going to go all out. The Chaos Storm is put down. He's just going to have to back away. Should be able to be back to his team, back to his tower. So a little bit of aggression, but maybe misguided. What I was going to say is, I wonder how much... Oh.
he's trying to bait Fate into stopping that recall, and he does.
Success.
Oh, okay, that's why.
Cardi's been found out. I think this might be a dead Hui. Gang, with the quickness available, does just pretty handily get there. Now, what I was going to say...
No, it's the Vikings. They're just going to keep fighting.
That was what I was going to say anyway, was when you have the teams like SHG, DFM, and Chiefs, all of them have people from other countries, right? It's not all Japanese players, it's not all Australian players. And I wonder how hard it is, and I'm sure genuinely a language barrier doesn't come into it. Hold up, Sealong's getting dove.
I told you.
He gets one kill. He's maybe looking for a second. SHG, unfortunately now becoming a little bit synonymous with poor dives. Johan has absolutely nowhere to run. He's doing a bit of damage. It's going to be good for the stats after the game, but Cardi will pick that up. I wonder, while I don't think the language barrier is massive, I actually wonder how it could impact against teams like Secret Wales and the Vikings, because as we see, another fight is unfolding. Kratos pretty happy to just wail away at this Ornn's health bar for the time being, and may even be able to look for a kill. Doesn't have all out, so it's not likely, but he's certainly making Evie scared.
Oh my lord.
One more would do it. Ooh.
He was thinking about it. He was genuinely considering that.
Style. Sealong once again looking for a battle.
I can't wait to watch this replay of us just transitioning through 3 different lanes for only kills to happen in the top lane.
And Sealong.
Keeping in mind, this happened nearly 2 minutes ago. And Sealong, yeah, I mean...
Great.
Huge depth charge.
Yeah, great ultimate. Gets it out just in time. He's always going to go down, so he walks back to get that one last snare off, and that means there's absolutely no way you're...
Meanwhile, picture-in-picture.
Picture-in-picture, there is a brawl.
Oh... I love the VCS region. They're so exciting to watch. And we get a head-to-head VCS matchup after this.
We do. The one upsetting thing, I guess, for the side of SHG from all the action that's gone on is that Fate hasn't been there for much of it, so he hasn't been able to pick up stacks of his evolution.
Yeah.
Because if you get early stacks onto that evolution, it becomes really hard to deal with.
Bot lanes have closed that CS trough that was establishing itself. Yeah, look, I don't even know if it's just anything other than the fact that you can't really sort of nail down what a VCS team is going to do when the obvious answer is they're just going to look for fighting.
And how will they look for fighting?
But if you have this established way of playing the game in your head, okay, so, you know, we need to play around these objective timers, we need to be looking for this, we need to, you know, control the waves in this part, you know, at this time to make sure that we can push this. And then you have a team like Vikings who are like, I can see someone that I think I can kill, I'm just going to go do it. It really, I think it really disrupts the approach to the game for these, you know, 3 teams, which is why we see things go so awry when they match up.
Sure, we're going to get another example of it next week, perhaps. I mean, definitely. See if, I mean, admittedly, Chiefs last time were able to weather that storm for 1 game.
Yes, the proxy Casanto. The Cull proxy Casanto. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Nautilus hook is so egregious.
Lollipop.
I actually cannot believe it. I love it as well, because sometimes you see a hook that should hit you and it just randomly hits a minion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going again. Pulling the trigger onto Gang. Gang's happy to turn it around, though. A lot of damage coming down Style. He's getting taken pretty low, but Kratos there to defend him for a bit. Stunned up. A lot of feathers on the ground. Kratos doing his best to dodge it, but will still get hit. Now it's Johan being the target. Style able to, despite being engaged on pickup, 1 kill. Cardi gonna have a rough time getting out of the Ornhorn, but it doesn't go straight into him as Sealong very low, but happy to give his life for more kills. That's 2 more going the way of the Vikings as the kills explode up to 9 for them.
Honestly, at this point, the Vikings team tagline could almost be, do you want to see me do it again? Because they will. And Xulong is just almost off cooldown, ripping dredge lines into poor Gang. And it is not often that you will see a Cataclysm onto a solo Pantheon work as well as it did.
I can't believe Style makes it out here.
Yeah.
They look on Gang, and it looks pretty rough, really. Style just gets immediately jumped on. The exhaust, saving his life. If not for Fate being exhausted there, almost certainly the Victor has the damage to take down that Lucian. Marble also never able to get that Blade Caller off in any meaningful way.
And Kratos almost single-handedly zoning out the other 4 members. And then, yeah, Xulong comes in with another hook. Guri dives deep. The fact that both Style and Xulong survive at all is just mind-boggling.
Absolutely. Dragon, though, is getting started up. Vikings come out of a replay of their fight, and they are fighting. We'll be able to pick up this Dragon for sure. Do SHG look for anything off the back end of it? With Style using that relentless pursuit.
Xulong just
locked up. Guri
takes the
onside.
gravity field.
Looks like we aren't going to have a fight.
That's what you think. But as you can see, Vikings are posturing. Vikings might not want to fight, but Xulong sure as heck does.
And here's an opportunity. Snare lands. Oh, Johan pulling the trigger there. There's no teleport for either of these mid laners, but that's why they are just staying grouped. Johan's going to be jumped on. Does take a reasonable amount of damage, but turns back a lot too. Solo Cataclysm on him once again. Fate trying to find the damage. Depth Charge lands directly onto him. Gang stunned up in that gravity field. A lot of damage coming down. Styled in from the flank. The flanking Lucian might just be the deadliest as the culling will indeed cull Fate from the sky, but will not connect. Now Evie in no man's land. Nowhere left to go. Guri jumps on him. Snared up by Cardi, and so much damage coming down onto him. Buys a little bit more time, but Guri eventually will be able to find this. 1 more flag and drag's all it takes.
I'd love to know what the multi runs for a Style Herald flank.
Uh-oh. Marvel, unfortunately, doesn't realize that Sealong is still alive, so another fight was brewing. Loses ult and the flash. Does navigate his way out admittedly.
Styled left to go farm down in the bot lane. He goes and cracks the tier 1 with the... Has no... Oh, you're joking. So he takes the tower, hops immediately into the Herald, and just starts streaking on towards this team fight.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
This is just... honestly, this is one of the most entertaining games I think we've had all split.
Oh yeah.
Well, easily. Easily. That was not on my bingo card, but I'm glad I was here to witness it.
It's so unreal. It's so unreal. The Vikings really finding any which way to engage a fight. This was the Lucian and the Herald.
This is like going to play some pickup basketball and the Lakers show up.
Oh dear. See you long.
Oh no, gang. Run!
He's running.
Oh dear.
I love how everyone on the Vikings is almost deathless. And then Sealong just has 4.
I think what we are seeing is this game is Sealong's entire goal is to redeem himself for his past Nautilus performances.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, the score looks like he's having a rough one, but in comparison to the rest of the team, but
he's been involved in 8 of 11 kills.
It's one of those, my nails look like this, so theirs can look like this.
Yeah, pretty much. The old Homer Maggie Simpson, do it for her, but the her is High Noon Lucian.
Now, Fate not feeling as confident now to walk up near Kratos. Will be able to tank pretty much any damage Fate were to try and offload. So just backs off and respects that fact. Cardi, solo in the blue buff of Johan's jungle. Just looking to find anything.
Have you ever been invaded by Hui mid lane? Well, you have now.
Style has gone the most ambitious route of all time into the waiting arms of Evi to shut down, going the way of Johan, and that could be the Khan. We'll see if SHG want to start that up. Of course, Kratos can teleport up to join.
Okay.
Starting it up, drawing it away from the pit, so it doesn't look very likely that SHG are able to look for it. Of course, they did lose that Call of the Forge God, making it a little bit more difficult for them.
So, Cardi, as mid lane Hui, solo invading, did have support, not far off. And then tower dive Lucian.
Yeah, went a very ambitious way.
Oh, that dude was looking to speak into the intercom, order himself up a 10-pack of nuggies. He went through the drive-through there.
Red buff spawning. Will they allow Johan to have an uncontested buff? It looks like they will. The Dragon certainly will be contested. Possibly not by SHG. We'll have to see what they think of it, but a lot of bodies down here. Evie does have that teleport to join from the top side of the map. Just getting that wave pushed out. Call the Forge God not quite up, so it is possible they're not looking to do anything with this timer. And it seems like this Dragon will just be given over for free. So Vikings now one away from that Dragon Soul.
And the other thing that I find reasonably entertaining is Guri has clearly made the decision that Black Cleaver is just not all that efficient and has opted into the Shojin second. Usually we see a pretty standard trajectory, Sundered into Black Cleaver for most junglers, but Guri is looking to explode SHG rather than just set up those kills.
Pink's now down on the Khan.
It's still wild to me that SHG got the Noxian Blessings this game.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that.
They got the first 3 kills and the tower. Oh my lord!
The hook connects. Marvel has that Feather Storm. Evie's coming in from the flank. They've locked up a lot of people. Evie will be paying the price for this. He does get very low. Spiraling Despair, flash away. He's got just a slither of HP. It might be enough as Fate comes to join. One more shot, the bird Leandres! He's alive, just. The Khan will not be.
Oh, this game just not failing to give us what is going to be a very memorable one. Down on the bot side, though, Fate finds himself. That bot tier 1, he's looking for the tier 2, in fact. No one really making much efforts to respond. They're getting there, but it's not with a huge amount of urgency. And that, crazily enough, could be the difference maker here, because we did talk about SHG been playing the macro game reasonably well. And it's not like they are completely out-macroing Vikings this game, but they are at least finding what they... Okay, and Sealong has found Fate.
Exhaust on the Fate. He does have the flash away. Styled is there. Johan making sure that this mid laner, the Victor, is not going to be taken down. The mid lane tower might be, though. Teleport coming through, and Vikings, they're not done.
Flash is there.
Guri is as well.
There was no one that could have got out of that Cataclysm, bar Gang.
Yeah, just a little bit too far ahead of his team.
Oh, Evie.
Not feeling like it's worth it. Evie's going to teleport out. Well, look, there hasn't been many kills recently, but not from lack of trying.
It is, well, it has been definitely much from trying, because SHG have been trying to avoid dying. But, I mean, this entire game has just been so disjointed, which, where Vikings tend to thrive, they love a bit of chaos.
Absolutely. Maybe now level 14, starting to upgrade those items. It's the Navori, which I think is very perplexing. Would have thought a bit of damage might have gone pretty well for the Xayah, but nonetheless, more attack speed.
Oh dear.
Gang's found. He does have ultimate. Doesn't even need to use it. The Cataclysm is going to be put down. Guri, we're about well ahead of his team. Out will come that ultimate from Rakan. No, it won't. He's just burst down and taken out. Evie now having to head for the hills. Ooh. And Johan takes so much damage from Cardi.
One of the best Sway games we've seen in a good while.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, teleport down onto this Baron buff from Kratos, so comes and joins his team. SHG still wanting to look for the contest. Call of the Forge God coming through. Straight onto Sealong. They get onto Cardi. Cardi's going to get bursted down. The nice fear out of him, but that Chaos Storm burning. 1 kill found in response to the kill of Vikings. Flash forward from Sealong. Will not need him a kill. Guri and Johan both struggling with their Qs! And Johan turns it on a dime. That's 1 there for the jungle of SHG. He is going to go down 2 for 2 the score. But SHG starting to find their way.
That dredge line, what an ability. Oh, this game. Really, the crazy thing is, I am still reticent to call SHG out of this just yet.
Absolutely.
They are finding these opportunities. They're still getting a couple of kills here and there. You look at Fate, he is ramping up into a bit of a beast. Admittedly, so is Cardi. But Vikings have a history of overcommitting, and we do see a pretty deep commit here. It does work out, I think, ultimately in the end, barring Johan finding a massive play off the back of the re-engage. But they can be punished.
Yeah, just Cardi caught out, going way too far away from the team. Yes, he dodged out of the Ornult, but that doesn't really matter. You just point and click stun lands on him, and while Fate is admittedly fared up, he's still burning away damage on the Chaos Storm. Flash from Guri to dodge the Q, and then misses his, and just there, reaction times for Johan.
And picture-in-picture.
Picture-in-picture, yeah, Dragon Soul. SHG not going to be willing to give this for free, but it might just be going down. Johan's in the pit, but he's all alone. No one from SHG able to join. Evie trying to pull the Call of the Forge God. Johan trying to survive. It's blocked up. There's no damage coming out of that Ornhorn, but Kratos is so low. Dragon goes down, secured from Guri. The knock up onto Marble. Featherstorm comes out, but it's so late. He tries to make the play. It's not going to land. And up, and down goes Fate.
Oh, the Quadra coming out from Style. And he was styling. Johan well deep, did not have the support. The Call of the Forge God does not land where it needs to for SHG. And again, Guri being such a menace with Sealong there in the thick of things. Kratos drawing so much attention. The Baron will be started up. No one at all to respond here.
They're going to take the most they can out of it too. They get that mid lane in it, looking for the bot lane in it too off the back here of Kratos. You see the blue pings coming down as Gang heads there.
Oh, my lord.
All out comes through, but Johan's going to be fine. In comes Gang. This is going to be Kratos, all but certainly going out. He's looking for that 2v1, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. Johan getting very low. The Pathmaker's looking good. Johan's gone. Gang's next to fall. The Tofu Strike's just barely out of range after that battle dance from Gang, but boy, by God, have we seen some 2v1s from top laners of late.
And we're going back like 90 seconds for this play. There is just constant action. Kratos Silong in the middle. That Arcane Storm has just dropped on Kratos' head. Look at the damage that he takes. They get the dragon, a double for Style.
What a try from Marble.
He was so close to pulling off the ultimate clutch play, and there you go. Fate gets dunked in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, maybe it looks to be like Fate possibly not done enough of a study of the Demon Hunters, the K-pop Demon Hunters, because this guy's constantly up, but hasn't managed to get golden once. I think actually missing out on possible Zonyas against the Nautilus, because it seems so hard for him to play. He has so much of the combat power. In goes Sealong. It's another 4v5. Cardi might be targeted out, but Johan's knocked up in the middle of things, taken out immediately. Now Marble, all the damage that remains, but a low-range Xayah up against this Infernal Soul 5-man squad. Baron in the back pocket. Vikings look to take down game 2 and close out the series.
Style absolutely living up to his name. 11-1-4, and he's not done just yet.
No ultimates to bear. Marble is going to get completely annihilated. Fate on the respawn. Can do little but watch as taken down once again. Style finishing off the game with 13 kills, 13-1-6. It's an absolute shellacking in the bot lane.
They want the kill record for the year.
Johan able to dodge out of all the damage coming from the same direction, so it's a pretty impossible dive, but still, it is going to be the Vikings pretty cleanly taking the series.
Yeah, I still hesitate to call it all that cleanly. Yes, it was a 2-0, but SHG were fighting tooth and nail to keep their hopes alive there, but Style living up to his name, rockets to the top of the kill leaderboard here in the season finals. Unfortunately, we still have yet to break that 13 kill curse across all 3 of our splits. It just seems to be the ceiling, but also bags the second quadra of the season finals behind Doggo. Really just putting up a massive performance on this Lucian, but Vikings, my lord, giving us one of the games of the LCP.
Yeah, I mean, one absolute brawl. Kratos on your screen, even topping off of that 2v1 down the bottom lane. Almost nets himself a double kill, but Gang a little bit too slippery there on the Rakan. Still, a phenomenal performance from them. It was chaos, but they thrive in the chaos.
Chaos is their domain.
That is almost the problem they face, right? When they're against the teams that they are stronger than, they just absolutely take it to them. But as soon as they're against a team that's able to control the pacing a little more, they really do struggle a lot because Sealong doesn't get away with so much aggression. There's always the response ready for them. The cohesion from some of the teams that are in and waiting in that contenders group, really, they have struggled with quite a lot since the beginning of the year. But now, they're one series win away up against the Chiefs next week from securing themselves that top spot to trying to compete to get into that contenders group. It's not going to be easy, but they're putting a pretty good claim for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that is the problem. They sometimes commit too deeply to the chaos and overcommit at times. We saw a few throughout that series where they were punished because of it, but again, that seems to be their modus operandi, which is just fight, fight, fight until we can fight no more.
And usually that just is with one of the Nexus exploding, realistically. You'll take a look at some of the highlights. I mean, it will most likely just be a Vikings highlight reel. Of course, Sealong just gets annihilated, but it doesn't matter. The rest of Vikings still able to navigate this fight. Marble, in the middle of a team fight, it's really hard to play as Xayah because your feathers just end up kind of everywhere.
I think it was the big problem. They were trying to escort Marble out so he could actually play the team fight, but they just weren't able to. They were corralled into a corner and just beaten down aggressively by Kratos and Guri. Style there as well. And Guri, yeah, look, he played some pretty phenomenal jungling that game. He was hyper aggressive on both the Zyra and the Jarvan. He did all but everything to set that game up for them.
For sure, and even in that replay we just saw there, I didn't notice it at the time, but he just lands a 3-man flag and drag that really does cement the win, despite the missing of their support in that battle. So, yeah, really well played by Guri. Again, I mean, just the standout jungler, realistically, here in the breakout group. So, it's not too surprising to see him thrive in this group. I do think he struggles again. And it's not him. The Vikings do tend to struggle when their chaos is actually not what needs to happen, because the other team is more aware, or they're better prepared for what's coming. They know more about like how many numbers the Vikings have. They do struggle a lot more against that. So really, it's hard to tell now because, again, they're not against any of those teams. But still, at least here, they've continued as strongly, if not stronger, than they were last split.
Sulong absolutely punishes fate for his pathing choice there. And realistically, hit some phenomenal dredge lines throughout the entire run of this game. Goes down here, this is the fight we just saw. And Guri gets the Cataclysm onto 2, locks up Johan and everything. There's not a heck of a lot they can do. And all the while, you can see they're trying to escort Marble out and trying to potentially take this scuttle away, but then suddenly Kratos in the thick of things. Guri comes in, yeah, like you said, boom, onto 3 big members of this roster, shuts them down, makes it so hard. Evie mopped up by Style as well. And again, Sulong, I think justifiably could have had his right to claim the MVP. To be fair, he also made things a little bit harder at times, but when he was playing well, he was playing really darn well.
That's true. I mean, that's just true of everyone. I think, especially in Game 2, a claim for everyone. Game 1, though, Guri was just lights out. And yeah, here, the exhaust, perfect from Sulong, keeps Style alive, able to get that flash away. And just so hard
just the timing. He clearly has been putting in the work, because obviously, like you said, there was a bit of a lackluster performance the last few times he's been on the Nautilus, but he's been putting in the work. The timing on that Cataclysm falling, he nails the dredge line off the back of it. He's consistently picking out these key targets for SHG throughout the entire series, and we're about to see it again. He just misses on Gang, but he completely zones him off, denies those targets the entry, and then Style, for some reason, drifts the Herald underneath Fate, finds himself in the middle of everything and says, cool, okay, I showed up at the right time.
The last tick of the culling, finishing the deal there. This was a good fight for SHG, 4v5. They lose Evie, but they're able to secure 2 off the back of it and stop, ultimately, this Baron from going down. It was Johan, who I'm really excited to see more of, because mechanically, this guy is phenomenal.
Boom. He played that so cleanly.
Yeah.
The jungle 1v1 in general, he played. I mean, you look at the start of that game, he forces the flash out of Guri, and here once again, Kratos and Sulong in the front lines, soaking up all of that arcane storm. Sulong, look at him, he's just sitting there zoning, looking for the opening, finds a hook, looking for the root, gets the passive off, gets the finisher with the setup for the finish for Style onto Marble as well.
Just a little bit more damage, and Marble could have had the highlight of the year with that Xayah play. I think something
and again,
as well,
boom, another dredge line.
On the case of Xayah, it's a problem that a few teams are facing, but of course, more recently, it's both SHG and the Chiefs, it's a very difficult AD carry to blind pick, because once you're in it against a team comp that is a bit longer range and can shut you down a little bit more, it becomes very, very difficult to pilot, because you don't want to be running forward constantly on the champ. But that is the first series, all done and dusted. You're seeing on your screen here the next battle. If you're a VCS fan, again, I said it earlier, you're eating good. It's GAM Esports, and we'll see very shortly Team Secret Wales. Both teams currently sitting with a win.
Yeah, and oh boy. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Levi back on the roof.
Levi doesn't. No, sorry, GAM didn't. They lost the CFO, but
closely. But Team Secret Wales, more importantly, does take down PSG Talon, which sets up an interesting run for GAM, because they were able to do it in the mid-season qualifying series to book that spot at MSI in the Esports World Cup. Coming in, you'd have to give them the benefit of the doubt, given how well they've been playing. Even in that matchup against CFO, they still looked pretty clean.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'd be a little bit foolish to bet against GAM on this one, just simply because you look historically, and if there were any team in the region that has had Team Secret Wales' number the entire time, it is GAM. GAM has been the only team that has almost felt insurmountable for Team Secret Wales the majority of the time. But of course, that's a battle for after our break. Team Secret Wales up against GAM. It'll be very exciting. It always is when Team Secret Wales or Vikings are involved, so do stick around. We'll see you shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love.
我喜欢台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Can't be without you. I always need the Can't be without you. Always one is always in the mood.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
One v one side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP promotion and relegation tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
Wow, Series 1 was quite thrilling, to say the very least, and we're only just getting started, because I'd argue the more of the thrilling teams is about to start, where it's the VCS derby. It's Team Secret Wales up against GAM. Team Secret Wales with a lot to prove, realistically, as GAM has been the biggest thorn in their side for the most of the LCP.
Well, I mean, literally their final hurdle for both the kickoff split and then, of course, the mid-season, knocking them out of the qualifying into first stand and, of course, MSI. So it definitely feels like there is just something that does not click for Team Secret Wales when it comes to playoff time, whereas GAM seem to be the team that just turns up when it comes to playoff time, which realistically is the worst possible situation to find yourself in if you're Team Secret Wales. So it's going to be interesting to see Team Secret Wales seeming to be the team when it comes to the regular season, and in this format, I think with the way that they're playing, I'd be surprised if it wasn't at least a close series. If not, they did take down GAM. But again, GAM leveling things up continuously throughout the year. They've looked peak, as it were, coming into the this final season, having to take on CFO first, now into Team Secret Wales. You'd have to argue this is probably the easier of the 2 matches.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna have any qualms with saying that's a fact, especially off recent performances, right? I mean, CFO have just gone from high to high to high to high and just continue to keep soaring, really, is the best word I can use to describe it. But Team Secret Wales, I mean, their first series up against PSG Talon was basically perfect. Now, game 1 was very, very rough, admittedly. They were very far behind, and realistically, PSG Talon should have won it, barring one mistake where Betty on the Vayne got caught out. But unfortunately, I think, is the fact that they did show those sort of weaknesses against PSG makes me think, realistically, GAM and how they looked both Esports World Cup and MSI and at the latter half of our mid-season should probably be a shoe-in to take this one. And what I want to see again is, are we just continuing on with this Emo was just going to be our mid laner, because if you think about internationally, Ares was much better when it came to the international games, but regionally, it was Emo who was almost the only reason they got as far as they did, where KO's having a lot of rough games. They bring in Emo, and Emo finishes out the series pretty cleanly. So I'm very interested to see that dynamic on GAM.
I mean, it's crazy. For me, it's crazy to me that it seems to be a lot of Emo haters for some reason online, which seems to be the most unmerited criticism. Because you look at that, admittedly, he had a rough game in that series. He also went like 8-1 on Ari in that same series, so you can't just look at the bad without acknowledging the good. He is seemingly the domestic mid laner that this team needed. Yes, RS has that international experience. Now, if they can meld those together to bring Emo to a place where he potentially could step up and find those opportunities internationally, I think he's definitely proved that he can hang here in the LCP.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That is the thing, right, is that he is very good in the LCP, but it was, again, the struggles internationally that was worrisome, and you have to... it's hard to tell what's more important, because you already know now Ares goes internationally, he's going to perform alongside the mid laners he's going up against. You practice here in the LCP. Emo's already doing well here, so how much is he actually getting out of this experience to then take internationally? Because, yeah, LCP is like a mini international stage, right, where there are, you know, the PCS, the VCS, the LJL, the OCE representatives all in there. But that is very, very far from LCK, LPL, even EU and NA as well in there. Their top teams obviously have no slouches when it comes to their competition. So it's hard for me to actually think of what is more important.
Getting to the international events, I think.
For sure, for sure. But once you get there, if you have this sort of weird hole where you don't actually know, Emo's got you there, but Ares might be more solid, but he's had less practice. You see, it's like, it's a very hard game of checkers to sort of navigate for your team internally.
I think realistically, Emo is one of the younger mid laners in this competition. I think it's a case of, he has performed domestically. You keep letting him perform domestically. Ares has performed internationally. You keep those two working together so that eventually there is less of a need to switch around, or at least there's more fluidity in the way they switch around so that they can sort of utilize it similarly to how Driver and Rest do it for CFO, because both have their strengths to a pretty intense degree.
For sure. I think it's a little harder in the mid lane to utilize the sub as you do in top.
Oh, absolutely.
Stylistically in top, there's a lot of different champions that fill a lot of different niches, where in mid, you've got like Yone, sure, but he's kind of used in parallel with a Sejuani or a Maokai, so that kind of relies on your jungler, whereas then there's just mages.
Yeah, it's not like back in the day where you had your mages, you had your assassins, and that was sort of the line that was drawn. Now you've got maybe like 1-2 assassins at best that you're seeing come into play.
That is actually being played. It's more like 0. Occasionally you get this really out of left wing, like the Zed, for example. You get the occasional LeBlancs that generally look pretty terrible. So it's like, okay, well, it's probably going to be a mage or Yone or maybe a Corki.
Or a Kali from time to time, which, again, she doesn't quite feel like the assassin of old, but still technically, I would imagine. And
it's hard to exactly play Silas as he's just a skirmisher. I think is the best way to... He's like an AP bruiser as everyone's walking out onto the stage, as you see. Obviously, you have to get this kick started with a 1v1. Taki, one of the most personable people in the LCP in terms of just how active he is, both on social media and how entertaining he is just in the arena itself.
Yeah, and unfortunately, GAM have their own version of that. It's not on the stage, it's in the crowd. I don't think he's there at the moment. We haven't heard him. We haven't
He's not there this weekend.
That glorious bald head.
Yeah, missing out on one weekend. It's impressive to me just how often he is there, realistically, because it can't be easy to just be flying.
That guy lives and breathes GAM, though. Like,
he does.
Well, while it would seem hard for him, it clearly is not. Like, he loves nothing more than backing these guys and showing his support. And we've seen it. Even in the situations where the team loses, he is the first one to be there, that shoulder to cry on, the consoling factor.
And it's all Levy jumping to his arms.
It's such a refreshing thing to see. It's not something that you traditionally see with team managers. It's, very buttoned up, very official. Like, it's all business. But TK has a vested interest in these players.
For sure. Now, he's not a team manager, we've got to clarify.
Yeah, but...
He's definitely not the team manager, but... Yeah.
But the one that you see, like the figurehead of these organizations that you see, usually are pretty buttoned up.
For sure. Yeah, I think it's showing from, again, I reference it again, but just the fact that they won that qualifying match and immediately Levy's back there jumping into his arms. It's like the players clearly have a lot of respect for him, and it's very obvious from stream how much respect he has for them as well.
And how many people are going to show up wearing the team that you lost to's jersey and it killed after MSI and look as good as he did?
Yeah, especially when you had that last part and near on 0. Dyer up against Kiaya for our 1v1. I'm kind of hoping we don't have another Ivern. I want something a little more fun. Because Ivern really is just generally a wait till we get to the circle closing.
Unfortunately, we are a little bit limited in the 1v1 pool, at least here kicking things off in the season finals. But look, he's got the crib sheet.
Wow. See what he goes for. What do you predict?
I don't even care. It's just Kiaya. I really love watching this guy play, especially coming off the how MSI went for them. This guy, oh, there's giggles. There is laughs going on. Something is coming.
Funny has happened.
It might be an Ivern though. That could still be entertaining enough to get the laugh, but
even Dyer's laughing.
Yeah. That it has been pretty stone cold this year. At least to me, in the competition at the moment, the second best mid laner.
Do you remember back to All Stars? And I don't know what year it was, but the first time they had that 1v1 arena, and it just like everyone's playing like, oh, Caitlyn's really good, the Zed's really good, and then Soaz just plays.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, well, we've seen this one before, and it certainly went one way. Early kill went to Akali, and then Daisy better headed.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, it was like all these people that are like trying to make, oh yeah, Caitlyn, long range, you've got, I don't know, assassins like Zed, and then it was just Nunu.
Yeah.
Nunu was just the ultimate 1v1 champion. Obviously very different now. You don't just throw a snowball at someone and eat a minion.
Yeah. We were playing Arena today and I was rocking the Nunu.
Yeah.
That thing just does not die.
Yeah. And you didn't even have like the good augments for him either.
No.
It was kind of crazy.
Just 11,000 HP, a dream, and a big old chomp. Ivern versus Akali. Well,
you just have to think it's going to be Ivern.
The one good thing, though, is we must be coming to the end of the Iverns available for teams.
Yeah, this is the 4th one now. So at most, there's 4 teams.
Yeah.
I can't believe we never accidentally strolled into an Ivern versus Ivern. You know,
that's going to be a wild one for on the Rift, or the Abyss, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it might not even be possible. You'd have to look at the teams that have used it. Because it might be that just somehow it's worked out that all the teams that have used it are versus all the teams that haven't. Unlikely, but possible.
Doran's Blade and a longsword.
Yeah, just using that range.
Right click.
Likely to go for the wit's end. We saw, I don't even remember who it was yesterday. It was Arya?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I've forgotten. Whoever played in the...
That was yesterday.
It was against...
I think it was. It was Arya. Got him.
Oh. Yeah, about as expected early on. Kiaya actually not using the bushes for vision. You have to wonder how many games of Ivern does he have, and does he realize that you using your bush on the bush gives you vision of said bush. It's a bit of bushception.
That's the one.
Has he even leveled it? Is another question to ask.
I mean, that is a very good question.
Because right now, I have to assume not.
No.
Ooh. Not connecting on that shuriken flip.
Does he have it now? And grab.
We haven't.
There we go. Yeah, so he did not level it.
So I think that's really weak to not level it because auto-attacking in the bushes is Ivern.
I think that potentially speaks to that he is not that familiar with the champ.
Yeah.
He's still doing reasonably well into Dyer, which is crazy.
Now that you have the buffed auto-attacks from your bush, you're doing a lot more damage. You know, it also applies for Daisy. So if you're just sitting in a bush and Daisy's hitting someone, Daisy will also get that buff.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Ooh, nice sidestep. Barrier's still there for Kiaya. Flash there for Dyer. We'll be able to get that relic.
Playing with fire a little bit potentially here, given how close Dyer is to 6, of course.
Not yet. A few more minutes away.
No. You look at the XP bar.
I was talking about the fire.
Yeah. Very much so. Which is obviously a tree's worst enemy, unless you've got Daisy.
I think... Oh, hold on. Level 6 hit for Dire. Kaya will return it. Tail shot should be enough, yeah, but minion wave will be lost. So XP, well in favor of Dire. But the fact that he traded back means gold's even, and we already saw yesterday when the Akali got an even earlier kill. It didn't result in a win for her. Hex Drinker. Okay, again, I think it's a mistake. Daisy applying on hits, to me, screams just go wit's end.
Yeah, unfortunately, it may be his top lane brain taking over there. Magic damage, Hex Drinker, denies magic damage.
Classic, you're against Rumble in lane. Hex
Oh,
Drinker
okay.
first.
So Dire had gone Haunting Guys. He's now sold it for a needlessly large rod and 2 amp tomes. So just raw AP.
Yeah, he's going for the Shadow Flame.
But obviously, getting more benefit out of just the instanced AP rather than stacking up that Haunting Guys. I mean, to be fair, Kiai has been trading back reasonably well.
Farming is Ivan, not the easiest. Seeing pretty much everyone playing it struggling with. This game a little bit closer because Dire also missed out on quite a bit early game. Lands. Daisy's coming down though. Unfortunately, with the Shroud, not going to find all that much. And how's the Daisy control? Not good for the start. You know, as well, you can control Daisy with either Control R or just pressing R. And if you have the Cloud Soul, pressing R will give you the buff, pressing Control R will not. So if you wanted to like save your Cloud Soul movement speed for like if you're in danger or to get to someone, then you should be controlling it with the Control R.
The more you know.
Yeah, look. I learned all this from Sad Nathan, actually. OCE, Ivan One Trick. Play Skarner as well, but definitely synonymous with Ivan.
It's going to be interesting to get his opinion on how these 1v1s are going at some point. Maybe not the Hex Drinker build, but some of the other ones.
I think realistically, sort of the biggest thing you get out of playing a lot of Ivern is learning how to control Daisy. As Dire realizes there is no Daisy, this is a 1v1. And Gaia will fall. Unfortunately, not finding the value on the Ivern of the others, and it will be Team Secret Wales with their site selection, and blue side it is.
Shock horror. Now, obviously, a slightly more limited pool coming into the 1v1s. So we've seen the Akali, we've seen the Irelia, we've seen Ivern, we have seen Zed and Varus as well. You got Bard, you got Hui, Karma, Kale, Lark.
An Irelia.
Yeah, Bard is an option, Morgana, Nidalee, Zyra. So then, look, there are other champs, but we're probably not going to see them.
We did see Nidalee, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, no, we did, yes.
Yeah. I don't remember the result. That was last week. Again, that was a long time ago.
Definitely.
I've got a game to focus on now. Team Secret Wales, GAM.
And if our TCS representative from the last series is anything to go by, you gotta keep up because there's going to be a lot going on.
Yeah, generally is with Team Secret Wales. I mean, slower pace against PSG last week, realistically. The start of the game is very slow. Maybe speaking to how they want to play nowadays, is a bit more methodical. They still know how to play in the chaos, so they're going to try to tame it in when they don't need to be so chaotic.
It's about weaponizing the chaos.
Exactly, because generally their biggest flaw was often being too chaotic, much the same as Vikings. So if they're able to reel it in a little bit, which is, I think, when you look at the 3 VCS teams, GAM are just the best at reeling in the chaos, but they can still absolutely thrive in it as well.
Absolutely. They avoid the orbit.
For sure. And then you get, I mean, CFO, PSG, and they're very, very controlled. They're not doing anything too outrageous.
Unless you're Doggo.
Well, I think it's more Kaiwing than anyone on that roster that's
No. He jumped into the middle of 3 people on Zeri and split one. He has made some egregiously aggressive plays, and they've worked.
Yeah, but like one time is whatever. And it's more like...
it's been more than one.
Anyway... It's like GAM are just so much more controlled than the rest, and I think now Team Secret Wales are getting better at controlling that, especially when you compare them to the first stand. Like, not first stand, so the first season kickoff. That's it, season kickoff. They're a lot more controlled now. Back then, very, very chaotic, and that's why we saw them at the bottom of the VCS sort of leaderboard. Now
chaotic to a fault.
The second. And if they can continue on that trajectory, logic would put them at first, but again, this is the team that got a best to get there.
I mean, yeah, second out of mid-season. There's no reason they couldn't potentially strike for first. They have, again, the only team this year to have beaten CFO, which is a huge accomplishment when you think about we are in the season finale. Galio Rise Pantheon banned by GAM, some very, very strong picks. 2 of those in the hands of Dire are terrifying, and then Hizdo, of course, as well. Aurora, Gwen, Talia. So a lot of the top side of the rift targeted away here by both of these VCS representatives.
Absolutely. Azir, namely the biggest name that is open. See if Dire is comfortable to take that one up. No. The problem is, GAM, out of every team, are very well aware of how a Nocturne functions. I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. I mean, Azir's open. Azir's a fine champion.
As is the Vi, which, I mean, historically has been an all right answer into it because you, much the same, just dive onto the key targets in the back line. What is the answer going to be, of course?
Yeah, I would be surprised if they don't just look for the Azir.
Rumble, PKI. Okay, yeah, I would argue that's probably a justifiable pick here, especially if you can bag something along the lines of a Vi.
Yeah, we saw Pun on the Gwen, which has become the usual answer alongside the Galio, which is banned out. We'll see if he's comfortable on the Gwen, because last week he played the Gwen, and it was a pretty rough start to the game, but got to, you know, the 3 items and then became what Gwen becomes. Sivir for Artemis, again, very, very strong champion, I think, is really at the top of the pool of those AD carries. Very strong as a blind pick as well, so.
Has easily been the most... Oh, okay. So we're going back to a bit of a classic, the Nocturne Shockwave delivery system. Yeah, but the Sivir, I think, consistently has been, well, not the most dominant AEK, I think one of the better performing ones, at least here, and rounding out the year. And Kaiser coming in as a response to the Nocturne ball delivery system. Synergistically, Team Secret Wales have got a very go-forward comp.
Yeah, I think the most logical thing from here for Team Secret Wales is trying to get that Rakan, so either GAM would look to pick it away here. Instead, they look to take the Alistair. They can now ban out the Rakan, of course, as we head into the second phase of bans. Mid lane is still yet to be picked here for GAM, so it is a fairly obvious targeting choice. I mean, there's the junglers as well. 2 pools of champions that can be taken down a peg by being targeted out by some bans.
I think one of those was a koala. Didn't know there was an Australian on the Team Secret Wales roster.
Koalas are just cool animals.
Universally loved, yeah. No, they're cool. They're cool in person.
I don't know. I wasn't a fan of the koalas. When
they're pretty chill. Wukong. So Rakan, obviously an option here for GAM. You'd imagine it would be. I don't think there's much else that you... I don't know if you...
I guess there's the Nautilus that you can also just pile on with chucking an R on whoever Nocturne's going for, being a bit disruptive. Has a fine lane into the Alistair, but I would imagine you'd like the Rakan. Yeah. It's just whenever you have a dive comp, Rakan's so good because it can function both ways of diving in and then also protecting the back line very, very quickly.
Okay, so where do we head for here? I mean, Jarvan, yeah, okay, with a Rumble, just makes sense. Just so much setup with the Cataclysm for the Equalizer. You can then just go and bounce blades around if you're Artemis in the middle of it, if you catch it multiple members. Looking at the GAM roster so far, no, I mean, there's options for sure. In terms of the jungle, Zinzao still available, Vi still available.
I mean, I think for the side of GAM, you have to be really careful what you pick mid here. Obviously, just the combo. If you ever lose flash, you are sitting duck. Okay. So it came out way later than we're used to out of this champion, but again, it has a dash, it has mobility, it has the peel, the innate peel of that Emperor's Divide. So it makes sense. Orianna, very strong in lane against the champion, but not strong to the point of getting kills over it, just strong to the point of will have priority, will be keeping Emo in check with that HP pull.
Well, yeah, I think there's still... You're not going to lose out too heavily here for Levi. Olaf in the top lane. Going to be the answer into the Rumble. Pun picking that one up for himself. And in support...
Yeah, is this our first Olaf?
No, I don't think so. I'd have to check.
give it a look. Because I don't remember the Olaf. But anyway, there is going to be an Olaf. Pun coming in, going to be able to show how good he is at that champion, and our support to be able to be picked up. And looks like maybe we've fallen through the draft, perhaps. Maybe the Olaf wasn't meant to be picked. Not sure. I can't imagine Olaf.
I wouldn't have
into
thought it would have
Rumble.
been the greatest of times. No.
Yeah, I can't imagine that being a particularly good matchup.
I mean, it's definitely seen play for sure, but I could not justifiably think that that would be an enjoyable matchup for Pun.
No, well, generally these melee bruisers do not enjoy
Plus, you
Rumble.
You don't really get a heck of a lot of value into the rest of the comp with the Ragnarok.
Well, yeah, I mean, it gets you through the Alistair. And honestly, if you weren't against Rumble, it wouldn't be the worst Olaf. I actually think Olaf is a perfectly good champ as long as it has supporting pieces around it. Now, in this case, the Orianna would be that supporting piece where you can buff the Olaf that way. But generally, the Olaf thrives if he has an enchanter of some sorts, because him as a standalone stat stick isn't the most impactful these days, of course. There's just other champions that kind of can do it better. But as soon as you're able to buff him, given that movement speed, given that sticking power, he is actually quite strong. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to want to go an enchanter alongside their team comp, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense, especially considering how rough that lane would be for him up on the top side. But we'll see. Maybe it is what they've locked in. Maybe they have some plans up their sleeves. I mean, Team Secret Wales have been quite a creative team, so it wouldn't be the most surprising to see them have something pretty unique in store. But on the basis that it looks like the draft has fallen out, I would imagine there was something to do with the Olaf pick.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll find out soon and be able to update everyone.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
Emo there.
Okay, displayed champion is not the one that was the one. Yeah, is not the one selected. There you go.
Right.
So it is not an Olaf, unfortunately.
Wonder what it could be. Maybe Ornn?
No, okay, so there has been an Olaf played.
Okay.
It was top lane, of course. Kratos.
Kratos. Oh.
No real surprises there.
Yeah, that's not particularly surprising.
It won 1.8 KD. It was down at 15 in every category.
Got the job done though, that's the important thing. Maybe there. Scratching his neck. I wonder, because I imagine everyone's playing on their native language, and alphabets are not always A to Z in every language, so, and also how names are spelt are not always A to Z. Like, it's not, just because Olaf and Ornn in our language are awfully close together, it's not necessarily the same characters used to say both of them in other languages. So I wonder, my immediate thought when I think of top laners you'd pick into Rumble that start with O would be Ornn, but it might be that in Vietnamese it's a completely different champion and a completely different letter, if you were.
For sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's not going to be the Olaf though, so at least we don't have to necessarily think too deeply about it.
For sure. In terms of the comps, I imagine we're going to go in same comps up until that pick.
It was an Udyr apparently.
Oh. Okay. Haven't seen that in a while, but Udyr, again,
Not
he's just a
since
tank.
Split 1, really. It was the season kickoff where it definitely made a bit of a name for itself in the top lane.
That was when the Fimbulwinter, Unending Despair were really running rampant.
There was the Udyr Jace era.
Yeah. Now, obviously it's just a champ that's very, very, very strong in lane. So, in the past, even prior to that last year, I'm thinking, when Rumble was picked, quite often people would pick the Udyr into it just because it withstands that impressive lane phase. So, I mean, we'll see what Pun's like on the champ.
Had a decent win rate too. 13 picks, 9 wins.
Damn.
Throughout this year.
Udyr? Wow.
But again, majoritively through that Fimbulwinter.
Yeah. Yeah, that combo of items was really, really strong.
It completely... When those changes happened, yeah, Tank Jace top was just not the same.
No. It was a shell of his former self for sure.
And unfortunately, it was not let go of quite soon enough. So it did make a few appearances throughout, and it was evidently much weaker. But Udia definitely should be a little bit. Okay, so no, it was just the hover of the Udia.
It is on.
It's going to be an on instead.
I called it. All right, there we go. Now, on we have seen more recently into the Rumble. Again, it's just a tank. It doesn't do as well in the lane as Ornn does, but I mean, Udia does, but it's perfectly serviceable. You're just trying to get that XP and get to the point of the game.
And Poppy, okay.
You're upgrading everyone. Poppy, interesting choice. I mean, does well into the Alistar, of course, but Taki, I mean, and honestly, again, another champ. This Poppy champ has been an absolute bane to the LCP internationally. Trundle coming through here for Levy, so obviously got a massive burling tank in that Ornn to ult and steal away a bunch of those stats. Also make it a little bit easier for Artemis and Emo to tear through.
Yeah, I mean, that pillar as well. Going to enable the equalizer. It's a lot of slow power. Anyone caught by it is going to be sitting in the flames for a good long while. I rate it, I really do. It does make a lot of that go forward pressure that much harder to follow up on. All of a sudden you're running forward, then the pillar comes down in your face, you bounce back, and that momentum's stalled out, and the Nocturne finds himself largely alone, and then subjugated to make things worse.
Yeah, I don't think Subjugate will be used that often on the Nocturne.
No, I mean, if he's the only one there.
Probably running around hunting for Ornn, sniffing out the Ornn, pressing R on that guy and becoming an Omega tank Trundle. Anyway, fist bumps. We are through the Champion Select, heading on to the Rift now. Game 1, Team Secret Wales up against GAM. Captain Levy, with a lot of fans, has had a lot of fans for year after year, and, well, Skin Battle has been won.
That is deep in the archives, the Frozen Terra Nocturne.
It is, yeah. But regardless, they have IG Kaiser.
I think, yeah, same time frame as the Ragdoll Poppy as well, although it's a very different Poppy nowadays.
Yeah, Lolly Poppy always used to be the scary one back in the day.
No, the OG Poppy skins were just, the splash out was terrifying.
Yeah. But Lolly Poppy was one of those first ones that came out way back in the day. It was always terrifying. I mean, Poppy, I don't know how many people watching know about old Poppy, but her ult used to be, you ult someone, no one else can damage you, and it's just a 1v1.
And then you go full damage, and with your Q, you can pop someone in 2 hits.
Yeah.
It's not quite as lethal now, but yeah, it was a pretty dark time. Lichbane Poppy.
Oceania does, in fact, have some lethality Poppy enjoyers.
No, full AP Lichbane. Because you would just smack them into next week.
Very different is the game of League of Legends these days.
Yeah.
However, Rumble, still as strong as he always was.
Still as relevant. He's really done the rounds, though. He's sort of played in all but the... he's probably had his time in the bot lane as well. What am I thinking?
Support. He was a support for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my. Just essentially 2 headbutts.
Yeah.
But
one's a headbutt, one's a knee butt.
Eddie and Taki getting the better of the trade by a large margin as well.
Until the ricochets come out, and luckily... Oh,
I can't believe we just saw the same thing happen back to back.
This is a new level of supportal combat.
Just honourable headbutt trades.
Although, it does become a little bit harder for Elio as the game goes on.
Yeah, now not as possible. We'll see. I mean, Taki might just take Q, but I would think he goes W.
Oh,
and yeah, this is not as poorly as the lane should go, considering Emo doesn't have Flash anymore. But it is a winning lane for Orianna.
I think Taki just did it again.
Yeah, looks like it. Actually poking Artemis out of lane with his E. Oh, this is going really poorly. Eddie and Taki hyper aggressive down here in the bottom lane, and it's paying off.
Well, 2 lanes now where GAM have already been forced to recall in the first 3 minutes of play. This is just that Team Secret Wales factor. It's playoffs with the dynamic shifts, at least historically.
They're definitely looking to change that narrative, though, of course. Looking for that lane swap, even. Obviously, it was the bot lane of Team Secret Wales that had the better of the matchup, at least.
Yeah, it's an interesting call for sure. Okay.
Oh, Emo, he's playing with fire. Dire again, I mean...
Again, I did say...
There are two very clear best middle performers in the moment in the league, and it's... I would even argue Dire on top. Because this guy is just manhandling everyone. Look at this.
We won't know until they match up and...
Next week?
Yeah, that's it. Next week we'll sort of... Well, unfortunately, it doesn't even... Oh, okay.
Levy's there. Flash away from Pan. He's at his tower. There's Alistair. Unfortunately, Artemis tanking the tower. Takes 2 shots, walks out. They can reset the aggro on this, and there's nowhere left for this Ornn to run. Despite all the negatives of the early game, Alio is
he's healing a lot.
To tank this up, will be able to do so. One more tower shot coming through. Will not be able to get the kill just yet. The flash away, perfectly played. Navigating that tower aggro absolutely faultlessly. Kaya, not the same amount of pressure up here. The Nocturne not offering as much. Might have to flash though. Eddie doesn't want to pull the trigger on his, so Kaya will in turn not utilize his either.
Yeah, it got a bit dicey there. You look at just how much healing is coming through for Pun right now.
Yeah, got the level up.
Yeah, almost gets it onto Elio.
He played it very, very well, but unfortunately GAM played it just as well. I mean, perfect navigation of the tower aggro. Starting off Artemis, two hits. They then re-aggro. Everyone has their fair share of getting bonked on the head by the tower.
To his credit though, Histo is just straight power farming on this Nocturne as you'd expect. Get that paranoia up as quickly as possible. And that is when you are going to start to become the real threat on the Rift. Trundle, while moves reasonably quickly, does not at all match the presence that the paranoia offers.
Well, matching up on this top side again. It was GAM opting into returning here. I mean, worked out pretty well for them considering the dive that happened bot. But that CS somewhat equalizing out. Of course, once this is claimed, it is still Eddie with a very slight lead. As long as it doesn't balloon though, you're pretty okay with how this position is.
And he's got the cut as well, so as soon as that's completed, it's going to give him another injection of funds. Nocturne, 2/3 of the way towards Paranoia. Oh lordy.
Fight occurring down this bottom side. Spell Shield doesn't find anything. Heal used. Ghost match by Eddie. Not really much coming from it, even in terms of that damage. Histo up here, not level 6 yet though. Might be very close. A couple of minions could get him over across that line, but there is the exhaust. I mean, this is a very, very impossible feeling dive. I think he thinks better of it. They lose the dragon off that though. I mean, Gamma doing a great job.
Oh, yeah. Dire is beelining towards that top lane. They want to get the 6, so they can potentially look for the Paranoia Command Shockwave play. You already see, it looks like Artemis and Elio are recalling. No, they've stuck around.
They have to be careful. I mean, you see Levy up in the area looking to come. Once he sees that red buff gone, he's going to know there's a lot of danger around this top lane, but Artemis on the server should have the wave clear to be able to clear it out and not really feel all that much threat.
Yep. Eddie and Taki still posturing here.
Yeah, going aggressive onto Elio. There's no one in support. Going out that wave, they will be able to look for that recall now. Top up on those resources. Emo as well, he's navigated. He's back with his flash available. Not down a massive amount of CS, so in a perfectly fine position.
I mean, it's a lead, but one that is
negligible.
Yeah, I mean, mostly made up by a bit of a CS gap between the two top laners as we see on our screen, and then that kill.
That's a -1, unfortunately.
Yeah. But Histo has that 6. Command Shockwave is available as well. Or did Levi see that? I don't know.
It's time.
Yeah.
Void Grub's being started up. Emo has managed to get himself mid lane priority. Now this first one should go away. Histo able to smite that. Levy arrives though. That pillar, an absolute thorn on the side of Histo. Does have to flash away, gets exhausted, but the follow's there. And Levy should be able to find this. In comes the Emperor of Shurima. Taki trying to flash out to safety. The shockwave gonna provide the peel, and Eddie trying to offload that damage, but Elio goes back. Elio's turned it around. Feet of Warfare claimed. Still looking for more for Emo, but not able to find anything onto Dyer. Still the 2 kills claimed. It will be the 2 grubs as well.
2 kills into the pocket of Emo. Forced to recall early and is now rewarded for his trials and tribulations in the mid lane. Captain Levi again, making big plays around the rift for his team. They set up the tower dive bot lane. He comes in instrumental in finding the follow-up 2 kills here in Team Secret Wilds jungle.
Yeah, I mean, just a great observation. The pillar really annoying for champs like Nocturne without the dash. Nowhere to go, does flash the wall, but pretty easy for Levy to follow that one up, especially with the exhaust down, the movement speed not there. And Taki, I mean, flashes this way because the Emperor's Divide means he can't get over that wall. And Elio just on a dime turns it around, just catches Eddie, so the return damage isn't there either.
Yeah, unfortunately the first paranoia usage doesn't net them anything. Can't even help them escape under the cover of nightfall. GAM, I mean, look, I think, yes, given the domestic history between these 2 teams, you could think that Team Secret Wales would be the better roster, but GAM, and how they played at MSI, really represented on an international stage. Very nearly made it out of plans. It was a very, very narrow affair.
GAM very far ahead now. 1.5k gold, 10 minutes in, with the comp that will scale very, very well, and has the answers to this Nocturne Orianna combo.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Ornn, provide that little bit of a steroid going to the later stages of the game, but the problem being is I think by the time we get to that point in the game, the map state for Team Secret Wales looks pretty bleak.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to stabilize. But you're seeing these trades not nearly as good for Eddie.
Oh, Lord.
Wow, wow, wow. Landing both sides of that Civer Q. Does very much hurt. Nearly at the Untel Wild Arrows, where it just gets even worse down that bot side. Of course, Kraken Slayer nearly finished as well for Eddie.
The problem being is there is a lot to make Eddie's uptime just intensely uncomfortable between the Equalizer, the Emperor's Divide, the Pillar, Headbutt Pulverize. Oh, Taki, I mean, realistically, I don't think there's a huge amount of kill threat in here, but it will just delay things out and ruin some of the tempo. This Team Secret Wales bot lane.
Yeah, that's a really sad spot for them, considering just how well it was going. I'd have to wonder if it was a bit of a misguided choice to have gone up to that top lane. Of course, they had such a lead, they had so much pressure in their lane. Both bot laners looking for that recall, and they head top, it's matched. Maybe could have looked to push the advantage still. Now GAM, they're on this dragon. The recall came through on their outside.
Oh, Lord.
And Elio's in the back lines. 2-man lands. Taki will send Levy flying. And with that, in comes everyone. Avengers assemble. And Thanos snapped his fingers. Half of GAM are gone.
Why that canonically does not make sense. Avengers assemble and then suddenly Thanos is just snapping people. He's not an Avenger. Yeah, they assemble after.
Yeah, it's fine. Half people go. It doesn't matter if you're on Thanos' team.
I think you have it wrong. I think realistically Team Secret Wales is probably more akin to the Thunderbolts. They're the anti-heroes, I think, of this league.
I don't know, but Elio looks so good. Finds a double knock up, and Poppy, the bane of the LCP, finds its mark. They're able to completely isolate Emo on that Azir, take him down very quickly, and Artemis falls. The dominoes, unfortunately, did fall very quickly thereafter. Now, Dragons are evened up. Still, slight gold lead in favor of GAM, but realistically, a very even game.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the comp that Team Secret Wales have drafted excels so greatly. As soon as that opportunity presents itself, Eddie is just coming flying into the back line to join his dough, and any easy targets are picked off. They then pair it with the command shockwave on top, and it just goes from bad to horrendous in a moment. And oh boy, we're looking for another attempt potentially on the pun. They've got the wave ready. I don't know if these two would have the damage in the end. I think it's just vision control for Elio more than anything.
Absolutely. Nemo pretty freely hitting away at the health bar. No objective for another minute and a half, so not likely to see a whole lot of action. Be that rift here that maybe causes a bit of friction on the rift, but even then, in times, we don't even see that objective really focused down all that heavily. Kaya has to be careful. Paranoia going to be up very shortly, and this is a very rough position to be in.
There isn't really a minion wave is the big problem.
Yeah, he has the equalizer to try and cut down that next one too. Immediately puts it down, realizes the pressure he's under. Taki's still going to pull that trigger though. He's gone in, a lot of damage. Shockwave will find its mark, and Kaya loses flash. Also loses health bar. It's a clean dive found there by the Team Secret Whales. Pun. He unfortunately is going to possibly meet the same fate, but no. Much tankier on the Ornn, clears out the wave, and he's fine.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just without that subjugate, Ornn is a fairly hefty unit with nothing but magic resistance. I think this is going to be it.
This is an overcommitment now. Paranoia is up, remember. Pun, I mean, doesn't even matter. He just cleared out the minion wave instantly. Team Secret Whales well and truly back in this now. Still very even game.
The torch start for Orianna.
Yeah, not something we've seen a lot of.
No, not for a while at least.
Not the greatest item, I feel.
Potentially an answer into the Trundle and the Alistar, but...
No, but even then, it's like a Lian.
Yeah.
Blackfire doesn't do anything.
I don't know. I think it's just an assumption that he's going to be hitting lots of people with abilities to benefit from the passive, but...
Either way, what he's opted into. Dire, a better mid laner than I.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is just doing numbers in the LCP at the moment.
Paranoia going in.
Oh,
they
Lord.
catch him even after the flash.
Oh.
And they spell shield. Oh, my Lord. Histo making Nocturne look great, as he always does. But my Lord, what a play.
Unfortunately, it will come at the cost of the Noxian Blessings. The tower taken down in the bot side gives that over to GAM. But, I mean, taking the Herald, where I think likely we're going to see that trend continue where it is going to be committed. No, okay, so they're going to hold it for now. I thought maybe they were going to commit it and take the top tier 1, but yeah, just on a dime, they turn onto Emo, and everything that possibly could have gone wrong from there goes wrong. You look at it, no jungler, not anymore. Levi is sent to the wind. The spell shield completely nullifies the Emperor's Divide. And yeah, that is just, again, the power, not just of this draft for Team Secret Whales, but them as a team. This is exactly how they like to play.
For sure. Nemo starts off with 2 kills, but finds 2 very quick deaths in succession.
Oh.
Dire has got the flash. Taki as well, waiting there, so nothing too negative falling upon him.
However, though, with Elio here, that could change a little bit. Now, he is up a decent bit of XP, though. It must be said. Dire, at one point, 2 levels up, now just the 1. But he's well on his way to 13. Okay, Infernal Soul taking that vision control, and he's thinking about it. But with that rumble in the vicinity, we've seen how drastically wrong that equalizer can make things go.
Yeah, pretty poorly named ability, really. Not often is it used to equalize things. Just completely turn some form of engagement on its head. Mid lane priority is going to be established here for the side of Team Secret Whales. Scuttle Crab as well, helping out around this Dragon Pit. See if GAM dare try and enter. Team Secret Wales not feeling comfortable to take it. It might even be just Eddie's got a Guinzu's on the horizon. Get back, get that item, of course. The most combat power you possibly could have ahead of a fight, always going to feel the best, but no, he doesn't quite have it.
Yeah, there's also a TP mismatch. So Dyer's not going to be able to come and join for the next wee while. Pun, neither. Luckily, Pun being down in the bot lane is there. But too little, too late. Trundle does what Trundle does best, and that is rip through these objectives.
Yep, Infernal Dragon picked up. Game's still very even. 1k advantage, but not. Oh! Emo.
Oh, dear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord.
A lot of damage back, but... Uh-oh.
No. Oh, no.
Gets vision just enough time for Histo to be able to pop that paranoia and get in there.
Just when you think it was over.
Oh, unfortunately, Emo a little bit off the mark there with the Emperor's Divide. Does mean that Dyer able to return a lot of damage, and eventually Histo comes with that alley-oop.
Yeah, it wasn't by a massive margin either. It was literally that close.
Yeah, pixels. Sometimes that's all it takes. Now you got your Azir off the map even longer. Going to fall further behind in that gold. Dyer up a K. Doesn't even have a kill, just 5 assists. Been there for 100% of the kills, of course, but not claiming any of them. Now Azir instead. No, he's had enough of that. He's off to verse the Ornn to just free farm, I suppose. He's never killing that guy, but...
Honestly, at that point, it's almost just acupuncture.
Dyer going Blood Leader second. There's AP, of course, in the team with Ornn doing a little bit of magic damage and Kai'Sa as well with his on-hit build. Nice pillar. Dyer has flash, though.
I mean, you already saw there was a decent chunk of damage there onto Emo. And with that experimental Hex plate for Histo now finished up, that paranoia is going to be on cycle pretty darn quickly, and out and in.
Oh, the pillar. The pillar out of Levy. All the while, Kaya ripping down another top lane tower, or at least the first tower, but another tower for himself anyway. Continue to work towards what will likely be his blood leaders as well, matching that of Dyer's. I mean, GAM, while unfortunately getting picked off a couple of times, have still done a really good job of controlling these objectives. They're up the dragon. One extra tower for themselves as well, alongside that grub.
1,400 gold lead for Kiai out of those towers, and decent 40 CS lead. And there you go, blood leader's finished. So going to be a decent amount of value for him and Emo.
Yeah, the big concern here for Team Secret Wales is that while at the moment the game is going perfectly fine, the fact that GAM have bought so much time with these objectives being taken over and continuing to inject gold and combat power into this rumble, it's just almost certainly will buy enough time for Azir and Sivir to get to that critical mass, to the point where it is just near on impossible for them to deal with. Our paranoia being pulled, a lot of damage, and 2 isolated members of GAM, but one of them has the Alistair ult. Levy as well, very tanky on this Trundle. Histo's having a flash away. Kaya's overheating. In comes Pun, in comes Ornn, straight onto that Trundle. Levy cannot go anywhere, and Artemis left running to the hills. It's another fight win for the side of Team Secret Wales. Great isolation there onto Levy at the back end of that fight. No subjugate means his tank stats are in the gutter.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be concerned. GAM just have to play the long game, honestly.
Gaia has equalizers still. There's no jungle. This cannot be a smite fight, but it could be a fight win afterwards. Blue team secure it. That's going to be Team Secret Wales off the back of Taki's smite.
I can't believe this isn't smite in the supports. That Summoner's Spellbook getting so much value, as it always has, well, at least has of late.
Yeah, the past 2 weeks before that, not really there. Yeah, just caught out. It's just 2 members versus, what is the 3? Histo goes a little bit too far forward, has to flash away from Kiaya, but Ornn comes in, hits the target you need to, and Eddie's straight in there.
Yeah, the subjugate onto Histo, so not really getting as much value because obviously Pun late to the party teleporting in. Works very much in Team Secret Wales' favour, denying a lot of those defensive stats that Histo not necessarily going to be putting into. This is just iconic Team Secret Wales, though.
Yeah. Paranoia coming in. It's one on to Levy. There's the ultimate. Silver trying to do what he can. Subjugate. Not even able to get it off. Levy CC'd for too long. Just goes down. Artemis, though, still running forward. Not able to answer back. Unfortunately, again, that Subjugate doesn't go off. Like paper goes down the trundle.
I mean, the big problem, at least I see for Team Secret Wales going to the later stages of the game, if it is going to get to a point where if they don't immediately blow Artemis up and he's able to get those ricochets off, he will shred through this team. Bar pun. And it's like you said, it's the Daddy Carry dream. You just throw tax at pun and then it just bounces around to the rest of the team.
Yeah, admittedly, that's generally in the front-to-back team fights, whereas Team Secret Wales are just coming from all different angles all at once.
Yeah.
So the ricochet won't have as much value as you do see sometimes, but it's still, again, Civer just gets to critical mass and it becomes very difficult to deal with.
Again, the Nocturne with that experimental hex plate, just having such cyclability when it comes to the Paranoia. Off cooldown, you're just sending it. And then you know full well that you've got one or the other following it up. Either the Call of the Forge Gods coming, you've either got the Command Shockwave on top, or Eddie's just going to be right there behind you.
Well, Baron is spawning, but not likely that either of these teams look for it immediately. Of course, both teams will take it down very promptly. It's a little bit too hard to look for in the face of an Ornn Nocturne and even the Rumble.
Taki again playing well deep in enemy territory. Emo is going to spot him, but that is far from the fight that Emo wants to instigate, knowing that his dope at any moment could rip out of the dark. I'm still intrigued. What is the... Where do we go from here from Dire? Could potentially be that Shadow Flames.
Sonya's?
Yeah, I think that's probably the smart option.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I've not seen this build ever before in my life, so I'm just going to wait to see. 2 amp tomes is too ambiguous.
Yeah, very much so. It could be a Horizon focus, who knows?
It could, and it could just be a Leandri's, which I think is probably what it is, but...
Well, Ornn is hitting that timing. Stridebreaker and the Kraken's upgraded.
Yeah, well and truly there. And Ardo's still not with that Infinity Edge, not really at the point of the game where he is that big talking point yet. At the moment, it is still the side of Team Secret Wales who hold all the cards.
Missed it by that much. Wouldn't have been much of anything. But again, just that threat.
Now,
Pings. They want that bot lane tier 1.
Point of the game where neither team really feels confident in a Baron dance. Should mean Team Secret Wales at least claim this bot lane outer tower. It's been standing there for a while, so it's another injection of gold for them. The hard thing that GAM have to deal with in this game, as things stand, is they've lost their mid tower, so wave priority almost always is going to go the way of Team Secret Wales, just because the better access they have to putting down vision and establishing control. So really for GAM, they need to try and get some damage dealt to that mid tower, try and open up the map just a little bit to get them some deeper vision against the Nocturne.
Okay, yeah, it is going to be designers. There you go. I was waiting waiting for it to update. He was sitting there for a good long while. I think he was just waiting for the gold to take over so he could get both.
Yeah, and importantly, Infinity Edge is done. So the Civer, if given up time, will be shredding. Teeter-tottering on a knife's edge. It is a 4K gold lead, but he spots out that they're all there. He's pulling the trigger. They do find their way out. 2-man engage, but Emo managed to flash out. Here comes the Ornn. There's nowhere there for him to run. He's knocked up. Is there the uptime for Artemis? He's in the back line. Emperor's Divide doesn't find much. Artemis trying to auto-attack away, but that front line has melted. It's Eddie who stands strong for the triple kill. Levy and Artemis, all that stands to the 5 members of Team Secret Wales. Ever so decisive and ever so clean.
Yeah, Unfortunately, not given any room to work with there for Artemis. It just all started coming towards him. The Emperor's Divide does not give them the clearance they're looking for. By the time it goes down, they're pretty much all dead. They're still looking, though.
Yeah, Dire's very far up, and Artemis is doing a lot of damage to him. Levy getting very low. Pun's having to join the team. Flash away from Levy. He's 1 HP, and he will just narrowly get out. Very, very close affair for some more members going down. Levy alongside Dire, limping out of that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. GAM had that information, well, off the ward, and then all of a sudden, you just no longer have your Alistar to give that clearance. They've dived in onto Levi, he's taken so much damage, as has Emo, getting clipped by the Call of the Forge God as well. The Emperor's Divide just goes completely into the void, doesn't land onto anyone because Eddie's just jumped on the back line. And unfortunately for Emo, he enters full panic mode.
Yeah, Emo, unfortunately, a few times in a row now getting caught out by that Nocturne Orianna combo. It's hard to avoid, but really he needs to start looking at his Zhonya's. I'd imagine that's where these two amp tones are headed. Seeker's Arm Guard could be a point where maybe they could look to capitalize, but at least for the next 2 minutes, everything should be coming up Team Secret Wales. The Dragon goes their way. That's the third. Now Soul Point for them. They're looking towards this bot lane in a tower. Waves a little bit desynced. Now it's crashing in their mid side. GAM though, with Emo and Levy, are going to be able to at least answer back with one. Now recalls have to come through. Pun can look to try and stop them. And you see the pings going down. Not willing to do so. Has teleport. Can come and join his team. Bot lane in Hip Tower. Is going to go down. The combat just not there for GAM right now.
He's lurking. He wants this. He wants to go full forward.
Emo takes a lot of damage from that Prey Seeker. Paranoia coming in. They find their mark, but this time onto Kiaya. Emo's free to hit. Artemis is free to hit. Down goes the inhib. A lot of ricochet damage being done. Histo's low. Call of the Forge God lands onto 2. And Eddie's flying in there. Killer instinct indeed. Zhonya's popped. 1 kill for Team Secret Wales. Make that a second, a third, a fourth, and a game win here in Game 1. Eddie popping off.
Yeah. The third quadra of the season finals and 2 in the same night here. Team Secret Wales continue to be the GAM bane here in the LCP.
It's Team Secret Wales now. They get their Game 1 win. Still a long way to go, but what a clean affair. It started off looking a little dicey. Obviously, Pun going to that bot lane gets dove immediately. The lane phase, phenomenal. Out of that bot lane, out of Elio and... No, sorry, Taki and Eddie it was. That was just dominating in their first 2 levels down in bot lane. A lot of breathing room given to them. They then do the lane swap. It looks a little questionable, a little dicey. But boy, oh boy, did Eddie end up having the game of his life alongside, I mean, Histo and Dire pairing up so well. It really did look like the laning out of Team Secret Wales was that big ticket to success.
Yeah, and just that full force of the Team Secret Wales draft and the ability to dive on in and follow up. I mean, just the Orianna Nocturne combo has been a little bit absent, but when it comes out, you look at it, 22,500 damage on this Orianna compared to Emo, who just was not allowed to shout in on the Azir.
Yeah, he was struggling. He was struggling to find footing. I mean, Histo just found him time and time again, just every single time. And that's what I said, the lane swap comes through, and it was a little questionable because of how much pressure the bot lane of Team Secret Wales were putting towards GAM. They didn't get a kill here. This is a great fight for them too. They just find Histo completely isolated, nowhere to run. Pops the Paranoia, but he's exhausted, so Levy's able to just flash over there and answer back. And then Taki, much the same, not really anywhere to go. Telio will turn this one, pick up another kill for them, and even make his way out.
Yeah, I mean, GAM looked like they found what they needed to, but then all of a sudden that Poppy comes through once again, and the Nocturne, Eddie follows it up consistently without fail throughout the rest of the game. It's just the Nocturne Kai'Sa combo, and you look at it.
Oh.
Yeah, just Dire is really just such a consistently solid mid laner in this Team Secret Wales roster. He consistently just makes these hero plays for the team. He does not miss his timings. And then Pun, this new addition in the top lane feeling like he has been there the entire time.
Yeah, looking very clean, even here. I mean, the LCP just seems to not be able to deal with Poppy in the slightest. Just as soon as that champ is in the game, it feels like we cannot play fights. And this time was Team Secret Whale picking it up. Eddie going very far over that wall with the Killer Instinct, but it keeps him out of range of that Emperor's Divide, able to still offer a lot. The final fight, they go on to Kiaya, and I was a little curious because you're seeing Emo's free hitting, Artemis is running at them, but Eddie just finds the angle here. Pun, great ultimate out of him, and Eddie just goes in. Artemis completely annihilated. Zonya's the combo from Elio. Emo's got nothing left to do but hope that he pulls off something magnificent. Wasn't able to do so, wasn't able to save the game.
Yeah, it's a hard time, you know, being that Azir into a Nocturne, but you know what isn't hard? And that is supporting the LCP, of course. You have the option, if you are on Twitch, to subscribe and get behind everything. You can get the Pengu Garen, Ping Garen, bring it emote that you can spam in-game, and of course, starting the 29th of August, you can pick up that Rammus dance icon. Our regional icons just back in these major regions, and I still can't believe those unbelievers, those haters from EU calling us a minor region. How many times do we have to slap around those European teams and prove that we do belong with the big dogs? And we do belong, so make sure you support.
Absolutely, but that's game number one, an absolute wrap. Team Secret Wales looking fantastic here. Can GAM fight back and take us to a third? We'll find out very shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love where I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Well, it's Team Secret Wales leading 1-0 up against GAM. Traditionally a matchup they've struggled in, but looking pretty pristine in game one.
Only in the playoffs. Regular season, they have traditionally looked pretty good against GAM. They have been a crazy good team. I mean, finishing second in the mid-season, no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. The only team to take down CFO. But for some reason, these two teams seem to switch that energy when it comes to playoffs time, and we are not there yet. We are not in the season finale qualifying series. We are in the season finale. And Aris going to be switching in for Emo.
Yeah, look, an uncharacteristically poor performance from Emo, all things
was
considered.
also targeted pretty heavily
Yeah, but
in those
right,
fights.
but every single flash he used, every single shuffle he used was still followed. There are timings where you can make it work. Wasn't able to find them. Of course, Ares comes in and has the benefit of not having to deal with Nocturne. And I think for GAM as well, not having to deal with Poppy is a big thing because, again, LCP just cannot get their head around that champ, and particularly its ult.
Yeah. I think also recently, we definitely there has been a struggle to find the value in the Rumble. While, yes, it is incredibly strong in the lane, when it comes to those teamfight times, I think teams, at least recently, have been struggling to find it as successfully just because we're not seeing the likes of those Sejuanis. Yeah. We're often seeing it not being able to be paired with the likes of Wukong. Only a handful of times it's come through with those sort of pairings where it really accelerates the equalizer.
Yeah. And so that will be removed in any case. Now we're looking at things like the Ambessa. Cassante as well, seemingly rising in terms of those top lane picks. You've got the likes of the Gwen as well. I mean, there's just so much left open. Sivir and Kai'Sa, however, will not be. I'm hoping we see another Yunara because, if I'm blatantly honest, yesterday's left a little bit to be desired. Not through lack of effort, but unfortunately the game kind of just collapsed.
It's been played plenty in EU today.
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
Back-to-back series.
Na'Vi bringing out in their return to the LCP.
Simple, possibly.
Oh, there was some sniping going on. It was a crazy good game for Yunara.
Yeah, it does seem reasonably strong. I wouldn't put it at like, all right, we're picking it on blue side in our first game of the series. I don't think it's
not the various level of pick ban that we've come to expect in this region. But to be fair, I mean, you even look at examples like the Ivern, which internationally sees a lot more play than it does here in the LCP. So we are almost a bit of an insular meta, at least domestically, and it somewhat changes going international.
Not really. We just follow LCK and LPL, unfortunately. And it's, at least in my opinion, I think a lot of the Western regions actually have a bit of a more solid grasp on what is strong that isn't being shown constantly. where there are things that are actually strong and viable, but just, I don't know why, it just doesn't get picked. In any case, Talia, Sion, the Aurora, and Gwen. So I think Gwen makes a lot of sense. It pretty much always just gets banned unless you're trading it with that Rumble.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's a case of Western teams willing to play what's strong, whereas Eastern, it has to be the strongest.
No, I don't even think that's true, though. I don't think like Vi is as strong as blue side first pick every game like it was. Same as Pantheon. I think there's just almost a fear to go to the unknown, if it were.
Yeah, deviation from the status quos tends to be frowned upon. Wukong as well, going to be banned away.
If any teams do, though, it's generally the VCS teams. I mean, you have CFO of Resco and things like the Shyvana, and you do get a little bit of spicy picks in that regard, but it's very seldom.
I mean, we had the Aurelian Soul Smolder coming out in that series for CFO as well. Well, not like crazy out of left field picks, definitely something that was a little bit different at the time.
Now, bans are finished. Pantheon, Wukong round them out. Banning Wukong against Levy always feels pretty good. Varus left open, so will be taken immediately. Of course, can go that on hit, can also go for the lethality, depending on what the game is asking of it.
Nico up and available as well.
Yeah.
Could be stolen away here by Team Secret Wells if they so choose.
I'd be surprised to see it not taken. It does just, I mean, there's only so many times you can watch a 5-man Pop Blossom before thinking, okay, well, maybe this champ is a little ridiculous. He is good with the Jarvan as well. Of course, Jarvan can have some anti-synergy, but generally the Pop Blossom is so large, it doesn't matter if there is a Cataclysm in its way.
Circles on circles. Yeah, look, Taki's, again, very capable support with a deep champion pool. There's no reason Nico shouldn't be there. And I mean, to be fair, it seems to be what we're seeing now at Corki. Okay, so Nico, Varus going to be an option for GAM.
Yeah, and obviously Corki picked up. It's a strong laner. Also is, in theory, a flex pick can go into that mid lane for Dire, but more than likely will go into the bottom lane for Eddie. So I would be surprised to not see just an immediate slam of the Nico. Paired alongside a jungler of some sorts. But Levy, as we stated yesterday, pretty happy to be on the tanks a lot of the time. Isn't too concerned about getting those bruiser champs. Is going to go to Viego, however. It's a good anti-dive champ, so it actually does do relatively okay into the Jarvan. Of course, Jarvan has the Cataclysm, which can only be escaped by Flash or Ultimate from the Viego, but still, when people are diving into Viego is typically when he finds the most success, and Annie, a lot of immobile carries here up against the Jarvan does get a little scary.
Yeah. I think the Nico probably should have been the play. I think you don't. Okay, Galio.
Yeah, Dire. He's liked his Galio, and
absolutely.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. You've got 3 champs that can't really get out of the Galio. Of course, Viego can ult, but that's a pretty rough usage of ult, and then just a Galio on top of it.
Varus.
So really making the problem even worse.
We are returning to the old, haha, you can't move. Let's just do as much damage as we possibly can on your face, because you're just going to have to sit here and suck it up. That was the theme for a good portion of the season kickoff. It was just Varus being punished. It was almost an entire week where we just saw Varus get dumpstered for being immobile. Aatrox banned away from Kiaya.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I missing something? Did these teams, have they just forgotten that Nico exists?
Yeah, it is interesting. I do think it's just ridiculously strong. Its nerfs were like 20 damage early on, which, I mean, it matters, but it just means you're less likely to solo kill your lane. It's still very oppressive.
I think it's looking like it'd be a less fun time for Elio into the matchup that you've already got. Just because as soon as you go in with the Pot Blossom, suddenly Dire's screaming in on top of you. But it still wouldn't be terrible. Nautilus, okay. I mean, which, again, has been a pretty consistent pairing with the Varus down in that bot lane. But I feel like Nico is just that much more of a spoiler champ in these 2 drafts.
Yeah, I mean, probably correctly realizing that GAM actually need a front line.
Yeah.
Because right now, they don't have one at all. So obviously you can get one through something like the Scion on the top side, but you do need something that can sort of dissuade people in the front of the fight that won't just get blown up, because Nico, well, you know, second item often goes for that frozen heart. It's still very, very squishy, very low on HP. Nah, taken away from Pun now, so, I mean...
3 top lanes targeted away from Pun, Sanjax and the Nah. I mean, this guy is garnering a lot of respect, so the Renekton coming in.
Very strong blind pick. Obviously, there are answers to it. It's not the be-all, end-all like it once was. See what Kiaya wants to take into the Renekton. I'm sure he has many a champ that he's going to feel fine on, and Cassante will be one of them. So there's that front line you really needed.
Nico, there you go. Okay.
So they do get that front line. They also get the Nico to pair alongside it. Will combo well with the Annie. Great setup for Varus and his Chains of Corruption as well. And all you need to really do is isolate down one person, get a reset for Levy, and they do have the composition to be able to do so.
Yeah. I mean, I think given what we've come to expect from these two teams, I'd argue if things go well. Oh, okay, yeah. If things go well, Team Secret WoW's draft looks just a little bit scarier to me at the moment. But GAM has proven time and time again that opinions on draft are opinions and just that.
Yeah, I think both drafts are fine, but Team Secret Wales' draft is a lot easier to execute on.
Absolutely.
It's as simple as Jarvan goes in, Galio goes on and top of him, and Eddie's somewhere in the flank trying to, well, not the flank, but at the back trying to output damage from range in a safe manner. Whereas you have to be a lot more on point as the GAM roster. The timing's a little bit closer, right? You've got that Pop Blossom, Annie has to be there to follow up, Chain of Corruption. Levy has to be in the area, because if you're not getting resets, you're probably not going to end up winning these fights. It's a very difficult game to go on-hit just because of the lane phase, because you'd kind of want to be the on-hit Varus up against the Jarvan and the Galio, but getting through the lane is a little bit of a hassle against Bard alongside the Corki. We'll see what he does go for. I think you kind of need that damage that you do get. I don't think you're really looking for the poke, not against the champs we're seeing.
It is a really nice reset game for the Viego.
Oh yeah, there's some great resets. I mean, you get Galio, Jarvan, even the Bard, all really good resets.
I mean, the Renekton even.
For sure. Renekton less so because you don't come up with a bunch of Fury.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, just having a stun, having the slice and dice, just to sort of continue that fluid motion through the fight. I mean, realistically, yeah, the Galio going to be the prime opportunity, the Jarvan. This is, again, GAM just seemed to be that team.
Fans still there. Not as loud in the arena when CFO aren't playing, but I think the locals, justifiably so, very excited for any time they get to watch CFO in action. His toe is going to be flanked by Kiaya. I'm thinking he's fine. No grass proc, so no immediate win in that top lane.
The best Annie skin.
T1 Bard. Uh-oh. He senses something fishy, but not sensing it enough. Cosmic Lightning will connect. Elio getting very low is going to have to pop that heal. Will be fine. But still a pretty terrible start to the lane. It is also the poke Varus. He's gone for the teleport as well. Unfortunately for Elio, he does not have the teleport, so he is going to have to be laning on a smidgen of HP.
Yeah. I don't know whether this comes off the back of a realization that, well, if I get caught by something, cleanse and barrier really aren't going to do a heck of a lot. I'm pretty much just dead.
Well, I think it's to help him through the lane.
That too. Just to be able to at least remain that much more present on the Rift.
Yeah, it's not realistically a lane where 2v2 kills should be happening. Of course, it's been made a little easier for Team Secret Wales. But Ghost not all that useful for the Lethality Varus, so... does instead just go for the teleport. I think it's the correct decision. I think teleport on AD carry is a little underutilized at times.
Yeah, there only are a handful that do use it at the moment.
Oh, mid lane going well for now, but eventually this harassment from the Annie is not going to result in a whole lot. I think Pun's second game of Renekton now, if I remember correctly. See, winning out his first one up against PSG Talon. Pretty handedly too.
Well, okay, despite how things start for Eddie and Taki. Okay, partners bringing the tech.
Yeah, they know where Livy started his jungle clear, so he knows he's completely safe to do this. Not really much Cassandra can do. It buys him a really good recall timer. Pun can't answer because he has to be at his minion wave. If he tries to answer, Pun will get away and Kai will be left down quite a lot of XP and gold.
Interesting, yeah. So despite how things went for Taki Eddie, they get that early damage onto Elio. Oh, okay.
Auto attack does it. Dire absolutely manhandling Emo last game. This time, even worse so for him as Ares comes in. It's like the big brother coming in.
Absolutely.
How does this even happen? And just auto attacks.
Just great.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is... Oh, he hits the level 4.
Oh,
okay.
Ares.
Okay, that was a pretty good outplay. That was like max range as well.
That was Giga Brain. Yeah. The RS value already paying off.
Yeah, not happy with just how manhandled Emo
Oh.
got. Livy's here again. Dire no flash. Stuns there. Dire maybe tanky enough to get away, but not if Elio's there as well. That's 2 quick deaths in succession.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Captain Levi is just something else, man.
Yeah, even Elio, I don't think they get that kill without him flashing in and landing that route. Great opportunistic look for the, I guess the wave state down bot. No threat onto Artemis, so able to look for those things. Team Secret Wales, though, they're not looking to go down without a fight. Flash forward. There is flash still available, but not going to be able to get it off in time. The stun is there. They do manage to find that kill on that top side. Histo, the one to claim the credit.
Yeah. I mean, I think, at least at this stage of the game, Renekton probably wants to be a little more excited, but Jarvan is going to be able to do a decent amount with the gold in this game.
Yeah. Not looking for lane swaps either at this point in time. I think around those grubs you really are for the side of GAM if you want to contest them, wanting to send your bot lane up there, because Renekton at the level 6 mark will just be the strongest champion in this game. Taki coming down, catches an immediate route.
The fade away.
I mean, all the lanes that were going so well last game for Team Secret Wales have just flipped. As this time it's GAM finding themselves nice advantages. Level 6 now for Ares to just the 5 of Dire.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you get killed in lane twice.
No flash.
They are looking for it, but he is going to have Tibbers in the back pocket. And yeah, I think wisely Histo and Taki backing off here. That was going to be a risky play at the best of times. You don't necessarily have the damage to finish that kill off in time. Without that vision, the knowledge of where Levi might be, it could have been disastrous. So I think it's a smart call, honestly.
Backing out back to his camps. Levi now heading back onto the map, looking towards purchasing that Trinity Force as his first item. The game is not in the worst position. Ultimately, if any of your solo or any of your carries were to be targeted down and taken out twice, Galio is probably the best of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still will find value regardless.
Just having that ult means that he's just a CC machine, that's the thing. He should be fine, should be able to stabilize well enough going to the later stages, but those ultimates starting to come online. He's still a little bit slower to the party, but he should be able to pick that up here as he jumps on it. And Kia, he may have died in lane not that long ago, but you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the matchup. Pun, much stronger. If there is an all-in where he does get access to the Dominus and looking to battle, whereas Kaya, very tanky as things stand with just the plated steel caps. You're not going to be doing all that much to him.
Elio.
Elio waiting in the wings. Dire gets it cancelled again, but Phase Rush procs. He might just make it out this time. Heal. Can Elio land that Q? Doesn't even do enough damage. Not quite. Dire just barely living. But still, that's another wave that's going to be missed by the mid laner for Team Secret Wales as GAM continuously punish this Galio without his flash.
Ares is really putting Dire to his screws. Taki Again, I don't know if you necessarily find much Cataclysms there for his toe, but Tibbers turnaround with Elio there in support. That's a lot of magic damage.
Pun looking aggressively here onto Artemis. No flash though, so wasn't able to keep up as Artemis did have to lose his flash to get away. So it is still a win. Nice. Histo to get out. Cosmic Binding as well connects onto Ares. Still no Renekton in the area. Does make this a little harder for Team Secret Wales to navigate through. Dire's here though. Histo, it's a clone. Not going to find all that much of it. Still Cataclysm there. Levy's able to get himself one of those Void Grubs. Is backing away, looking to charge up that W. Teleporter, and this is Pun. No ultimate. He used it in the bottom lane. Artemis, on the other hand, Chains of Corruption readily available. He might just pull the trigger immediately onto Pun. He's right in the thick of things. He's going to get absolutely one shot. Down will go the Renekton. Oh, it's a terrible, terrible ultimate for Dire. He's going to have to try and run away. Looks like he will be able to clear that distance. But unfortunately for Pun, he gets a little bit too aggressive in the bot lane. Uses that Dominus, gets the flash, but unfortunately teleporting in without that Dominus, he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, I mean, it was happening off screen at the time, and you sit there thinking, well, Kiai's on the top side. Realistically, he should be able to come down and help contribute to the fight. But the entire time, he is scrapping it out with Eddie, and as a result, Eddie can't come in and join. So there's a significant amount of damage lacking for Team Secret Wales in that situation. Yeah. You can see it. They're sitting up there, just sort of doing their thing. Levi, he will get himself that Void Grub, but as soon as Eddie starts coming down, the full commit comes out from Kiai. He's on to this Corki, and the HP coming out of both of them is pretty rough, all said and done. And yeah, just the flag and drag missing there onto Levi means that there's no opportunity. Pun's just well deep. Team Secret Wales just too scattered in the team fight to make much of anything of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and much the same as Pun going down bot and taking out Artemis's flash. Well, Kiai did the same for Eddie. So Eddie's flash will be on cooldown now. As you said, wasn't able to participate in that instance. So 2 grubs were picked up by GAM. Team Secret Wales at least got one for themselves, but now it's Levy who looks to be setting up vision around and possibly starting up the first dragon of the game for GAM.
Dio, we spent all that time hyping him up in game 1, and he is just being punished time and time again.
Artemis no flash. Taki realizes this, and this is one very dead Varus. Taunts it up, Pun's on the back. That is the slice, the dice, the cull, the meek. Elio as well having a flash out. This should be Dragon now picked up for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, for sure. The beat down on Varus, a classic in the LCP. Immobility, the bane of its existence, and yeah, just the Tempered Fate from Taki, just being able to set that up. And that is a big concern, especially if they don't have the information to know that it's coming their way, if they don't time these fights correctly. Tempered Fate goes down. All of a sudden, Histo, Flag and Dragon, Cataclysm, Hero's Entrance all on top, and then Pun running rampant in the middle. So GAM can't get complacent at all.
Absolutely. And Artemis is just a sitting duck anytime his flash is on cooldown. Of course, it's coming back up in about a minute's time, but still wasn't there for that dragon, so it is Team Secret Wales who take the lead in terms of that one objective. 1-on-1 apiece in terms of that Monster Slayer. Of course, already the Feats of Warfare picked up for GAM. It would take 2 more objectives and a tower if Team Secret Wales wanted to, whereas GAM just need 1 of.
Oh, it's happening.
Yeah, Artemis again, no flash, found immediately. Histo absolutely annihilating the Varus once more. Next time he will have flash.
Oh, it's season kickoff all over again. And it was literally almost an entire week of just Varus beatdowns. Every time it was picked, it was just, how can we best exploit this bot laner's lack of mobility? He's like, yeah, cool, I've got the distance, let's go.
Yeah, not even needing to use flash, just mispositioning really out of Artemis, getting way too far up on that mid wave and punished for it, justifiably so. This is the battle we all want. Renekton Kazante does dodge out of at least the Pathmaker, but nothing's ever going to come of this. Some grass stacks. It's going to be good for the damage stats after the game, of course.
Yeah, it looks pretty okay. Again.
Yeah. Now Dire is a little bit tankier. Although, he's not tanky enough to tank all of this up. They do hit with that Pot Blossom. He's still living, but Elio alongside Levy will get that job done. Histo here, unfortunately, a little bit too late. No assistance And Dyer falls for the third time. Again, what a fantastic game one from him. And GAM aren't letting him have it easy again.
I mean, it's feeling like Team Secret Wales series last week. No, rather GAM series last week. Emo had a phenomenal game one, then a really brutally rough game two. So either way, it is exploitable, and it just goes to show tankiness is great and all, but it does not beat the power of friendship.
Is that the lesson we learned?
Especially when your friends have big swords.
Yeah. Does now at least have that Hollowed Radiance, so wave clear a lot easier for him. Should be a lot safer because of that. Artemis as well with flash back up means he actually has some counterplay to do the Cataclysm. But still, all it takes is one Cataclysm and you have an extra 3.5 minutes of exploiting a no-flash Varus.
And who better to do it than Taki? That Tempered Fate, we've already seen its value.
Now, no objective down here. I'd be surprised to see a fight actually break out. Although GAM are looking hungry for one.
And I always said vision control being the main aim of the battle, but still a good minute 40 out from next Dragon.
Yeah, always good to set up vision early because you get to set up your vision, use all your wards on that support item, recall, restock it, and then you have wards for the fight that's inevitably going to ensue. Ares manhandling the Croc for the time being.
Not so massive this time around. But yeah, I mean, given that we are 40 seconds out from Herald, you would have thought that would have been where they're looking to execute the vision control. Ares, a little bit too slow to stop the recall or interrupt the tempo there, but Dyer going to be taking Pun's place up the top lane. A little bit more comfortable now with the Hollowed Radiance.
Yeah, we'll be fine. And the side of GAM should be, I guess the Rift Shield is up. There is a chance they look for that. I mean, again, it's not necessarily the objective here in the LCP that we prioritize that highly.
Especially, I mean, for GAM with Bard in play. I mean, few champions better at nullifying the Herald than Bard is, and we saw that out of the Trundle even.
Yeah, last game. Herald headbutted a pillar. So it is GAM. They have to set up over it. I think if Team Secret Wales wanted to give it and try and look for a dragon, it would be a reasonable decision to make. As you said, they have that Bard to deny the charge. Tempered Fate lands on a levy. The collapse is here. Alio waiting. He's going to get locked down. Alio does have the flash with the flag and drags. Fantastic. And Histo, he's locked down and taken out. A very quick kill onto Alio. Ares teleporting in. Dyer and Pun much the same. And that Cassante, not as tanky as he could be. Taken out immediately. Taki takes that mystical journey and immediately flashes on out. Histo doing much the same.
He took the journey. He actually landed the Cosmic Binding onto Artemis and Ares. So that's why there wasn't nearly as much potential for follow-up. And Chaotic scrappy, but it does go the way of Team Secret Wales, gives them a bit of prio.
Yeah, what a follow, what an engage from Histo. Gets the flash out of Alio, follows it up perfectly, of course loses his own in the process, and Artemis importantly retains his. I think the mystical journey at the back end of that fight, really an overstep. Probably didn't need to be given over this Herald, but they get the recalls in, they're going to be able to go down, take the dragon. It's not the Chemtech Soul, so it will be some sort of good dragon.
Yeah, so Alio disguised as Artemis. I don't know whether that, I think it was just they identified that Alio's in a horrendous position. They jump in on him. The Pot Blossom, too little too late there. The TP in is really, really rough for Kiaya because he just ends up getting taunted immediately, finished off by Pun. And yeah, Taki with the fadeaway Cosmic Binding just ensures that there is no chance of a follow-up there from GAM.
To be fair, the only chance of the follow-up was the mystical journey in the first place. But nonetheless, they get out. It will be GAM securing that tower, and with it, the feats of strength. Obviously, the dragon was picked up during that replay for the side of Team Secret Wales, so now leading that 2-0. Mountain Soul will be on the Rift. Alio now a bit of a sitting duck without that flash. Protobal as well, not there for that little bit of safety that it provides. Obviously not really wanting to use that as a safety tool, but
why does Pun feel like he's slightly smaller than he usually is? I don't know, it's a bit weird. For some reason he just looked like a very, very small Renekton. But either way, Team Secret Wales looking. Oh, Levi.
Levi has no idea what's happening. Tibbers goes wide, does not land with that stun, but everyone is collapsing around. There will be no Dyer, there will be no Kiaya if this were to break out, but Team Secret Wales, they are walking away. Tempered Fate connects onto the Annie, but used more as a dissuasion tool than anything else. It allows Pun now to secure this top tower.
That could have been just so disastrous for GAM. Luckily, Arius comes in, drops the Tibbers, and I think it's just the threat more than anything has to be respected there by Team Secret Wales. And
no Bardol.
Yeah, nothing to stop this tower being smashed really, really hard by a giant purple thing.
Tower should go down. There it is. That frees up the map a lot more for GAM now to set up objectives. It's going to make this dragon control a little bit harder for the side of Team Secret Wales. But look, I know this team and I know them well. They are not going to care about any established vision. They are just going to go in. So far, it has been working out in terms of the fights, but not necessarily the game. It is very, very even.
Yeah, I mean, again, we sort of see that lull heading into this stage of the game around that 20-minute mark. Objectives off the map for the most part. We're a minute odd away from Atakan. Very rarely will you see that taken off the rip. Usually a pretty sizable advantage. The teams that tend to try to find out one way or another how bad that can go.
Yeah, all too common is the Atakan throw. Although we haven't seen one yet, this split, which has been a pleasant surprise.
The world is healing. It seems that the LCP is learning its lesson.
All it took was... No, I'm not going to mention it, actually.
Us to do it on an international stage?
Yes. While having Baron.
Oh!
Tempered Fate, too late. Levi gets the recall off, gets himself a Collector. Collected a Tempered Fate for his mana, or his issues as well. Damn, just slightly late. I don't even necessarily know if it nets them much, really.
No.
Maybe they get the flash, but...
I mean, Hesto comes in, you've got the hero's entrance from Dai on top.
Yeah, but Levi also just flashes.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You get the flash. I think it's the main thing. Okay, they are just going to get Pun.
Well, Pun, yeah, being punished. Fortunately, I mean, I'm interested to see how he was in a position like that, considering Kiaya didn't even use ult, neither did Levi. Something wild happened.
Oh, he just walks into
it. Yeah. Going into the classic.
Perma CC'd.
The classic, oh, Levi might be here. I'm going to go ward into exactly that man sitting in the bush.
Could be worse. There could have been a Blitzcrank.
I actually can't believe how quickly he died, though. Now he has the Steric, so it was a little bit tankier. Still sizably ahead of his laning opponent. Atakan. Pun has teleport, so he can get here. Dyer as well. Actually, Dyer doesn't. He teleported bot, so he can obviously get in there. Once he gets to this mid lane, will be in range. They are aware. Teleport coming in.
He's trying to get... He should just be able to close the distance.
Yeah. Yeah, he will be able to get in there just in the nick of time. Hesto going forward, looking for Artemis. The flash of Cataclysm. Can he get in there? Oh, it's so low. The all-out Levy's low as well. The Atakan 1 HP. Levy is able to get it. The captain's call will find its mark, but Team Secret Wales fighting the fight. Artemis, he's a sitting duck once more as Dyer getting retribution from a rough early game. The Atakan throw, I said we hadn't seen it this split, and immediately it happens.
Oh, that's so rough. Yeah, unfortunately, the Scalio champion coming screaming in from halfway across them. I mean, to be fair, it started off looking really good for GAM. Elio being able to deny them just absolutely dumpstering in on Artemis, but just the damage coming out. You look at it, Eddie's just wailing away here. Pop Blossom onto 2, but just the damage numbers coming out from Team Secret Wales here. Levi at least confirms it, but they do lose a heck of a lot.
Yeah, everything essentially.
Poor Artemis, man. He's like, all right, guys, look, I'm just trying to get my lunch. Here, just take my money, whatever.
And now, again, they've got a 5-minute timer on not having that Vanish Flash, which makes objectives near on impossible to fight. It's going to be the third dragon of the game for Team Secret Wales. Sole point now for them. I mean, Kiaya at least was able to ult Histo out of that Arakan pit to make sure that smite is all but guaranteed, but they do pay a pretty massive price for it.
Absolutely.
Eddie and Pun sitting well ahead of everyone on the side of GAM. Even Dyer now caught up off the back of all these fights going on. Keep in mind, he was at one point just 0-2, maybe even 0-3.
Yeah, no, he was definitely 0-3. He was getting pretty heavily punished. But now all but 100 gold differential in the mid lane. Unfortunately, despite Ara's early success, it has been a bit of a lull period for him.
Yeah, and the Varus has well and truly been punished. It is a little perplexing that all these are mobile champions into what is 3 of the best champs at punishing immobile champions.
I mean, they did first pick the Varus.
Yeah, the Annie was directly picked into the Jarvan, though, as was the Viego. I don't think the Viego's that bad against Jarvan.
I think it was they're probably going to go for Artemis, and then I can just Tibbers. But that has not happened. I mean, it has, but Aris has not been in a position, and Artemis has not survived long enough for it to happen.
Now, really, all that Team Secret Wales need to do is bide time. 3 minutes, and Dragon will be available. Honestly, kind of surprised with how slow Team Secret Wales have played during this split. Certainly a far cry from them in both the season kickoff and the mid-season, but it is a pleasant surprise, to say the least.
It almost feels similar to the way that Talent in splits 1 and 2 play, where it's a little bit more reactive. They're more willing to just sit back and wait for their opponent to step out of line and then just crush them under heel. They do alternate between the two quite cleanly at the moment.
For sure. Again, just establishing some form of vision. Still a long way out from that Dragon. The wards will dissipate prior to it. Taki out of wards. Should look for a recall and resupply. First of all, getting some chimmies.
It's crazy to me that it's also not a skin. So we've had Grillmaster Brom, Chimichanga, Bud, like it just works.
Oh, Varus has his flash now. A new leash on life.
For all of 10 seconds. And then he gets jumped on anyway. Because that Tempered Fate comes in and the setup's just already there.
Yeah, really, I mean, in this next 2 minutes. Yeah, here we
and
go. Yeah, it's landed.
He had flash.
Now Histo's there. Cosmic Binding connects. It's a disaster. But can it be saved from Elio? Absolutely not. Dyer comes scoring in. Elio on the wrong side of the fight. Pun trying to be in the middle. Histo having to flash away. Shut down. Reset going the way of Levy. Can this be managed? Out of it goes Eddie. He is running for the hills. And GAM so much committed onto this. Varus leaves everyone else so vulnerable. No way out really for Dyer. He's going to proc some form of phase rush, and Eddie, he's just chased down. All out as well onto Pun. He's going to get 1 kill for himself, but most likely will go down on the back end to Kaya in that all-out form. Does flash away, and Dyer now here to try and peel for him, and will do so. And in the end, unless Dyer goes down, which he could, no, he loses flash. Somehow turns into a 2v3, but Artemis taken out, and the absolute turnaround that came through from Elio.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Levi at it again. Gets exactly what he's looking for in the form of his, though. And again, Artemis has flash here. Burns it after the fact, at which point he is just dead.
And Eddie just having to run. Kaya teleporting in from the back, too threatening on him. And Levy, just so much damage down onto Histo immediately through him, as well as Ares, that gets them that first reset, and that's what their comp's really after. As soon as that reset's online, as soon as Viego's activated, they're able to play these fights, and they're able to do it off a little bit of over-aggression.
Levi just goes and tanks the tower for way too long here. And yeah, that's why he eventually goes down. But, I mean, look, positives, I think, for GAM, proving that even with Artemis being targeted as heavily as he is, they can still take these fights.
Picture-in-picture set up for this Dragon. Keep in mind, Dragon Soul potential here for the side of Team Secret Wales. Kaya looking for Taki. He's torn it up. Dire's doing a good job of protecting that Bard for now. No flash on Artemis. He is way, way, way out in the bleachers, making sure he's not the original target. Ares, though, doesn't have flash either, and Annie's a sizable portion of their damage. They're looking to turn it on to Pun. Pun, though, he's very tanky and he's very mobile. Gets himself out. Still Dominus used for the exchange of that Chain of Corruption. Ult for ult. This Renekton considerably weaker without his. Ares looking for a sizable chunk onto Taki. He does dodge up a lot of that damage. In comes everyone though. Ares, oh dear, there's Annie. She's stuck right next to the wall, taken out. Elio nowhere to go. Pop Blossom will land onto 2, but it's Dire and Histo. And Histo flag and drag right into the middle of that clump and absolutely running away with it. It's Kaya doing his best to turn it around. He gets one, but he's taken out there and after. And while Artemis may survive, GAM won't. It's the Dragon Soul for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, going from the goddess of the hunt to, well, hunted, honestly. There was nothing he could do. Pun coming in on the top side. Taki was hunting for him. That was a pure target on Artemis's bag. The piercing arrow. No, Smite comes through. He does stop the recalls, but that is all he gets out of that fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ares, he finds Taki. Taki's very tanky on the Bard. Has that support shield. Heals as well to make sure he's not taken too low. Lands the Cosmic Binding, and then it's all on. You mess with the boys, and they're all coming collapsing in. Ares, nothing to do, just stuck in the worst of positions. Alio in that Cataclysm, having to pop that Pop Blossom, but unfortunately for him, doesn't really land onto anyone all that important. No resets coming through means the team fight is wholly unplayable.
And you think about it, so it would have been about 30 seconds before this clip. Artemis drops the Chains of Corruption onto Pun in that bot side river brush. But doesn't have it for that team fight. He gets caught by the Tempered Fate there as well. He gets one piercing arrow off through the entirety of that, and then just has to run to keep himself alive.
Now his flash is back.
It was last time.
The timer we were all waiting on. Not that last fight he had it down.
No, but the last time it was up, he had it, and then he gets caught anyway. The summon agreed, man.
Well, it is just the only way they play these fights is if that flash is up.
Yeah.
So he has to only use it sparingly, but there's so much he has to flash. It's just a very difficult Varus game.
I think the main, it has to be the Tempered Fate. Like, if you see that coming, you just have to flash it, because we've seen the ability to gap close with Histo and Dire.
Well, in theory, it's the easiest one to walk out of, other than a Histo flashing on your head, so you kind of need to not use it, and he's caught again. Same way as last time. Taki this time will not connect on the Cosmic Binding, so he is able to get out safe. Chain of Corruption lands, but Mikhail's Crucible, fantastic timing.
Yeah. Could have been dicey, but
5 minutes now. Well, more like 4, because I imagine he has Cosmic Insight, but nonetheless, Artemis now without Flash makes this a lot harder for him to play. Tempered Fate won't be too long off cooldown. People are leaving now. They're looking though, they've found him. Artemis has nowhere to go. He's stuck in the Cataclysm. He is absolutely annihilated. Even before he goes down, he's able to find Levy. And that clone has taken the brunt of the damage. Elio and Ares running away. They'll get out, but they'll lose the Baron.
Oh dear. And the worst...
That's why we need to try and save Flash for Cataclysm.
The worst bit is, I'd still rather it be this Varus than a Jhin.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Oh dear. It's a rough game to be a Varus, and I think Team Secret Wales acknowledged that it was probably the easiest point of pressure to exploit on the Rift. As soon as they saw that first pick coming out, it's incredibly immobile. They see the Annie and the Viego as well. They just get complete and utter vindication throughout the remainder of their draft.
Yeah, and honestly, just...
You look at it, wasn't even a flash from Histo.
The Tempered Fates are just so well positioned here for Taki. But yeah, Levy gets knocked up. Eddie's able to just completely one-shot him, by the way, on the backside of this fight. But yeah, Artemis, he got one auto attack off, and that was that. It's a 4v4. Pun absolutely did not need to teleport there, but just in case.
This almost feels like the most unjustified Randuin's game for Pun.
Yeah, I mean, Viego's crit, so...
Yeah, but Eddie is just going to attack him like 3 times, and that's pretty much it.
Well, Pun going to get locked up. You say that. This random one's keeping him alive for a long time. Tempered Fate going to lock down no one. But Histo will with that Cataclysm. In comes Dire. Eddie's still not able to find his mark. He goes forward straight into the Pot Blossom, but no damage being returned and so much being output. Kiaya, he's a tank. He might be able to get that Guardian Angel. But Team Secret Wales might be able to get the 2-0 as a double kill comes through from Histo. Aria's having a flash away, and with the Baron buff available, all 5 members standing, Arias can do very little to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels symbolic for Dai going from Arias just perfectly body blocking him as he tries to dash away to find that kill early on to just not being able to do a darn thing into this Galio now. And Team Secret Wales, again, proving that they are the regular season team from the VCS.
Elio locked down straight out of base, and unfortunately for GAM, everything today has come up Team Secret Wales. An absolutely clean 2-0 from them. And that man on your screen there, Taki, such a pivotal part of it. Those Bard ults onto the Varus. You really do not want to be using Flash on the Tempered Fate because it's the easiest thing to walk out of, because you can't walk out of the Jarvan ult, but every single time, pinpoint accuracy.
And the worst bit of it all is he was just that close to being able to walk out of it. It was on the heels of the Varus that it connects. And yeah, the follow-up is just so severe. Flag and drag Cataclysm into the hero's entrance. And I mean, look, if you wanted to, there's a Renekton and a Corki that you could add to the party as well, but by that stage it just did not matter at all. And GAM, yeah, justified, I think, realistically, with how good Team Secret Wales are looking. And I suppose, maybe a little bit of vindication for Emo as well, proving that it wasn't necessarily him that was the weak link in the team. It's just Team Secret Wales seem to be the team that in regular season is nigh unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the laning phase was admittedly a lot better from GAM in that game too, but I mean, they just had an impossible comp to pull off. You have Arias on the Annie, very vulnerable to her immobility. Obviously, very much the same there for Artemis on the Varus. And even the Viego, if you get CC'd once, you are made of paper. And you are just completely annihilated. And we saw that in that second to last fight there, where he gets hit by a knock-up. Not even intended for him, by the way. It was just Histo trying to locate the Varus. Yeah. And Eddie one-shots Levy. So
just flags and drags over Levy. That was roadkill there at that stage. His sights were set well past Captain Levi onto the what perceived threat, which unfortunately just never manifested into a real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the damage, I mean, honestly, respectable numbers all around. I'm surprised Varus did that much based on the fact he was just dead so often.
Yeah.
Or very far away from anything happening so he wouldn't be dead.
I mean, a rare occurrence for GAM as well, where they just cannot contest the Dragons at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a brilliant game from Team Secret Wales, and again, much to their own play style. It has been a continued refining process throughout the year, and we are starting to see the final form that this Team Secret Wales roster is manifesting itself going into the season finals.
Yeah, this was the icing on the cake, really. Taki doing a great job of pretty much playing his health bar to the maximum. Even here, just on the back end, stop it. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he, again, literally clips Artemis by pixels. That's the only damage that Artemis was able to do that fight. He gets one piercing arrow off, doesn't have the Chains of Corruption because he's already used it on Pun not that long ago, and then has to run to keep himself alive.
If this was Cassante last year, he triple kills.
Yeah.
No, I missed that guy. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean,
Taki, very well deserved. What a performance by him. I mean, just so consistent.
He has. He has been just such a standout part of the core team, and there is just seemingly nothing that he cannot play to utilize to bring those victories about for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. But now that means, I believe, Team Secret Wales and CFO
top of the table.
Stand top of the table once again. Very similar to last split. Keep in mind, next week, that they're going head-to-head. It's going to be Team Secret Wales up against CFO. And what an exciting game that is, because really, these are the two young gun rosters of I mean, it's hard to call CFO the young gun roster, but they have the young gun mid laner.
Yeah.
And Team Secret Wales certainly are the young gun roster. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see, has Team Secret Wales leveled up from their mid-season to be able to match the pace, the strength of CFO?
Yeah, just the Jarvan Galio combo is just so... It's circle theory. Tempered Fate, Hero's Entrance, Cataclysm. I mean, look, even the Colnamic, I'll give you that. It's all circle theory.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for a lot of these clips, what are that thing you always say about capes? You probably need a...
Heroes, yeah, Edna Mode says there's a reason we don't wear capes because it gets caught in things and that's how heroes die. And it's very much the case for Artemis.
Yeah, I actually can't believe... The fact that every time he saw the Tempered Fate coming in, he would immediately pop the Omus and sprint, and it was just the pinpoint, the pixel accuracy that Taki had on that ability is honestly so impressive. And I think just very blatantly, after a game like this, making a huge claim to be the best Bard in our region. Now this fight actually ends up somehow going poorly. Histo overcommits a little bit too hard here. There's no one to follow up with him immediately, and Ares alongside Levy able to get that reset and follow on through it. And then unfortunately for GAM, they do much the same at the tower as we might get to see.
Yeah, a little bit too deep there under the tower. Levi, you look at the HP that he has now, well, he's about to die in a couple of seconds. Yeah. Stun comes through, he's tanking the tower the entire time, and he gets a couple of auto attacks, and then Kiaya says, "Pun, here you go. This is my captain."
I think the biggest issue is Kiaya needed to be the one tanking tower, and that's not his fault because Levy just went in a little bit too soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that would have been a lot different. I think the game ultimately had a trajectory similar to this just because of how hard it is for Artemis to ever
play the
impact
game.
these fights.
Well, yeah, not even impact, it's just play the game. You see, he was here at a target on his forehead the entire time. You look at him, he's just running. Like, he's like, yeah, no, okay, I just have no business being in this neighborhood right now. This is not where I belong. I belong somewhere safe, cushy, and not at all as dangerous as it looks. And you look at Levi, invisible, not even intentional. And Artemis is once again dunked upon.
Yeah, but Levy much the same. I mean, Eddie's damage there just front load all of it into Levy and unfortunately one-shots him. But that's the nature of going the crit build on the Viego, unfortunately. Even here, they actually missed the Tempered Fate for the first time this game, and very much did not matter.
Again, you talk about Ivan having some great voice lines. There is just nothing quite like hearing Jarvan the Fourth screaming Demacia as he jumps onto you and creates an arena around you. But fun fact, off the back of this, Team Secret Wales are technically first because CFO have dropped a game.
Yeah, GAM. They did get a game against CFO, so yeah, technically first, but of course, it's all just decided. It's all just decided next week regardless. Yep. A quick night tonight. 2-2-0s, Vikings, 2-0ing SHG. I don't think too surprising, but what I will say about that series, especially game one, was SHG did have some pretty impressive macro. They were very, very far behind. They managed to somehow get the first Baron of the game. They were, every time that GAM were trying to find, Vikings were trying to find something on one side of the map, they were answering in kind on the other, but eventually Vikings got that one done. And here we do have our standings. I mean, Vikings pretty clearly at the front, and it does feel almost impossible for anyone to catch up next week. They will be up against the Chiefs, which you just have to favor them realistically, and then DFM up against SHG. It has been SHG winning that head-to-head every single time they've met so far in the LCP, so we'll see if they can continue their success in terms of that 1v1. But then on the other side of things is where it is really exciting. Those are our big international competitors. And PSG versus GAM will be the one that starts us off for the week.
Yeah, I mean, the last real chance, I think, that for the Chiefs to at least give us the signs of life that we've been yearning for throughout the year. I think if they lose to Vikings here, I think the hope is the candle wick is starting to burn low. But yeah, GAM versus PSG. It's going to be an interesting one. You look at Talon at the moment, they're not quite living up to the hype that was built around it, but it feels like it's only a matter of time, and the same has always been true for GAM.
Absolutely. A matter of time it is, and that matter of time could be next Saturday. Thank you so much once again for joining us tonight. It's been an exciting game, or exciting night of games rather, and we will catch you on Saturday again next week for those games you just saw.
can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl. Slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna fight just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it. I'ma say it with my chest now. I got you figured out.